yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man hold the harder of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay.
You say, 10 long years and look how Jamaica stay. No light, no road, no food pan we plate. People are suffer while Andrew a live great. Hey, hey. You stand up on the platform, smile wide and proud. I tell we about prosperity, but we can't see it all now. Hurricane come through and left the people bare. 6 months later, them still out there, asleep under the air. Their JLP friends them build high rise, road still full of wood. House pocket to a field, while the nation lose its soul. Hospital overflow, picnic can't get bed. School roof a leak, but you and Juliet well fed. You always have excuse, always pass the blame. Every time something wrong, it never go in your name. Jamaica a drown and you claim you're unclean. Biggest actor in our politics we ever see. Wholeness, time to go. Time to go. The people, we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more, you know hear us. We are not on the door. Wholeness, time to go. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Wholeness, time to go. Farmer can't afford to plant, food price reach the sky. You're bringing the poverty while your own people cry. We born ya, we grow ya, we bleed for this land. But Andrew at the top won't extend the man. You talk about vision, you talk about plan, but 10 years later we still can't understand. Corruption report land and nobody charge. The people pocket small but the scandal them large. Who's crack up parish council bro? Country suffocate done and it just more. And when we raise we voice so call we political, but the truth is the truth and the truth is biblical. Wholeness, time to go. Time to go. The people, them say no. We say no. 10 years and we can't take no more, you know hear us. We are not on the door. Wholeness, time to go. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Wholeness, our time to go. We no want no hype, we no want no speech. We want action, no, not the lies you preach. Hurricane victims still under tarpaulin. Prime Minister fly gone foreign. Your JLP cabinet full, but the people COVID empty. How you live so large when we living so scanty? Not with fists, not with fire, but with voice them rising higher and higher. From every parish, every yard, every gate, Jamaica speaking and I know too late. Hey! Time to go. The people, we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more, you know hear us. We are not on the door. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Oh yes, our time to go. This one is for every Jamaican. We can't afford feet. We are sleep on cardboard. We are drive on broken road. The people don't forget. The people don't forgive. Enough is enough. Jamaicans will live.
Greetings, greetings, greetings and salutations one and all. How you doing? Welcome. It's another Saturday afternoon here on the East Coast. It's time to enter the university, the Rattigan University. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Yours truly, DJ Kevin Stew, and the provost beside me. It's another day, another opportunity. This is a little bit of a phrase that I started using recently. People ask me, how are you doing? People would say, another day, another dollar. Well, we know it's not another dollar right now because dollar worth about 25 cents. But it's another opportunity. So it's another day, another opportunity. What comes after opportunity is up to you. An opportunity for what? Is it an opportunity to improve on something you did earlier that day or the day before or earlier in the week? Is it an opportunity to do something brand new? Whatever it is, it's another opportunity. And so we've been given the chance to make good on another opportunity. And we're here for it. I want to say big ups to everybody in the chat on YouTube Live. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Those who are listening in on the home of Regional Rattigan on reggaeglobalradio.com and the affiliates that are also taking the broadcast. Welcome, welcome. Thank you and welcome. Glad to have you. Couldn't do it without you. And we encourage you to call a friend of a friend of your enemy, enemy of your friend, and an enemy too. Call somebody, anybody, everybody. Let them know this is the time. From now until 8 o'clock tonight, we're reasoning with Rattigan. And of course, you know, that is not no simple reasoning. People say pull up the tune.
That's fun.
They want to pull up the two of them because I saw the messages the first time and they were saying powerful, powerful song. And
Play
then the
them.
second, I'm like, yo, what's going on? Yeah, it's messages in the music. Messages in the music. And one of those tracks in particular was given directly to the provost. And well, the song speaks for itself. That is the one where it says their blood cries. And when you listen to the words, if it doesn't, if you can't resonate with that song, then you didn't have some of the experiences that we did. And if you didn't have some of the experiences that we did and the song still related to you, then you've been here long enough to live vicariously through some of us. And so we feel it together. Provost, greetings to you.
Yes, Professor. Greetings, one and all. All of the continents, them, because we know we're being watched live right now. And I just saw a comment in the chat. The lady said, that jump up in my bed like picnic. Yeah, you know what, Professor? Before we delve into the slide presentation and the show itself, I think we owe it to the people to make them hear the two songs again. As the professor said, one of the songs came to me late last night. No, it wasn't late. It was yesterday in the afternoon. One of our strongest supporters said, listen, he said, I want you to forward this song to another blogger. And I did, and I asked him if I could use it. And he said, yes, of course. Well, I want you to use the song when you start your program tomorrow. So, and then the second one, it's been making the rounds. I guess some of you haven't heard it. So what we're going to do as a tribute to what we're doing around here is this. We're going to play both songs again. Professor, you are going at it?
How about it, man? If it's me you want to press button, you know, I don't have a problem, you know, finger ready.
That's true. This song was the one that our supporter asked me to play.
You know what? I want to pause that for a moment. I just remembered there are listeners on audio platforms that don't see what is on the screen. So let me read this for you. It says,
Yeah.
when truth is silenced, when justice is denied, and the cries of the people are ignored, a nation must remember who it is. When truth is silenced, when justice is denied, and the cries of the people are ignored, a nation must remember who it is.
10 long years and look how Jamaica stay. No light, no road, no food pan we plate. People are suffer while Andrew a live great. Hey, hey. You stand up on the platform, smile wide and proud. I tell we about prosperity, but we can't see it all now. Hurricane come through and left the people be. 6 months later, them still out there, asleep under the air. Their JLP friends them build high rise, road still full of wood. House pocket to a field, while the nation lose its soul. Hospital overflow, picnic can't get bed. School roof a leak, but you and Juliet well fed. You always have excuse, always pass the blame. Every time something wrong, it never go in your name. Jamaica a drown and you claim you're unclean. Biggest actor in our politics we ever see. Wholeness, time to go. Time to go. The people, we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more, you know hear us. We are not on the door. Wholeness, time to go. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done really show. Wholeness, time to go. Farmer can't afford to plant food, price reach the sky. You bring in the poverty while your own people cry. We born ya, we grow ya, we bleed for this land. But Andrew at the top won't extend the man. You talk about vision, you talk about plan, but 10 years later we still can't understand. Corruption report London, nobody charge. The people pocket small, but the scandal them large. Who's crack up parish council, bro? Country suffocate, done and it just more. And when we raise revise so call we political, but the truth is the truth and the truth is biblical.
Wholeness, time to go.
Time to go. The people,
Them say no.
we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more, you know hear us. We are not on the door.
Wholeness, time to go.
Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Wholeness, our time to go. We no want no hype, we no want no speech. We want action, no, not the lies you preach. Hurricane victims still under top. 10 long years and look how Jamaica stay. No light, no road, no food pan we play.
Help yourself.
People are suffer while Andrew a live great. Hey, hey. You stand up on the platform, smile wide and proud. I tell we about prosperity, but we can't see it all now. Hurricane come through and left the people be. 6 months later, them still out there, asleep under the air. Their JLP friends them build high rise, road still full of wood. House pocket to a field, while the nation lose its soul. Hospital overflow, picnic can't get bed. School roof a leak, but you and Juliet well fed. You always have excuse, always pass the blame. Every time something wrong, it never go in your name. Jamaica a drown and you claim you're unclean. Biggest actor in our politics we ever see. Wholeness, time to go. Time to go. The people, we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more, you know hear us. We are not on the door. Wholeness, time to go. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Wholeness, our time to go. Farmer can't afford to plant food, price reach the sky. You bring in the poverty while your own people cry. We born ya, we grow ya, we bleed for this land. But Andrew at the top won't extend the man. You talk about vision, you talk about plan, but 10 years later we still can't understand. Corruption report London, nobody charge. The people pocket small, but the scandal them large. Who's crack up parish council, bro? Country suffocate, done and it just more. And when we raise revise so call we political, but the truth is the truth and the truth is biblical.
Wholeness, time to go.
Time to go. The people,
Them say no.
we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more, you know hear us. We are when victims still under tarpaulin. Prime Minister fly gone foreign. Your JLP cabinet full, but the people COVID empty. Oh, you live so large when we live in so scanty. Not with fists, not with fire, but with voice. Them rising higher and higher. From every parish, every yard, every gate, Jamaica speaking, and I'm not too late. Time to go. The people. We say no. 10 years and we can't take no more. You know, hear us. We are not by the door. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Oh yes, our time to go. This one is for every Jamaican. What can't afford feet? We are sleep on cardboard. We are drive on broken road. The people don't forget. The people don't forgive. Enough is enough. Jamaicans will live.
Move that.
Powerful.
Yeah.
Powerful.
Move that from the professor.
Oh, I was one that put it up.
Yes, people. Once again, welcome, welcome, welcome. Near and far. Want to thank you for making the choice to be with us today, because you could be anywhere but here, but you've made a choice. And we believe it's a wise choice to come to class today and listen to the lecture, because we want you to be critical thinkers. And that is what we're teaching around here. We're presenting you with facts, not fiction. And we're presenting you with irrefutable evidence. Irrefutable. That's our trademark. And we're going to continue doing that. And we trust and we hope that you will find this experience to be not only educational, but enjoyable. Enjoyable. You heard the two songs, and there's not much more I can say. The words speak for themselves. And I know my friends who are listening far, far away, who English is not a first language, they understand the meaning of the song too. I know that. Big up to all kings and queens upon the cradle of mankind, Africa. Big up on yourself. All of the people in Europe watching us, North America, the Caribbean, South America, Asia, welcome, welcome, welcome. We have a... Oh, before going further, let me just say that, folks, last week, the professor was not here, and you saw what happened when the program started. I won't take any blame for the delay. All I'll say is that those who are trying to sabotage the program will only do so when the professor is not around, because they know I'm handicapped. So, so they'll try all kinds of shenanigans, but we're happy to have the professor with us today. And let me just say, big up to our producers, OMG, OT, and of course, producer Joan. They're just coming back from a European trip, and we know that they're coming back fully rested and ready to go.
Ready to go.
Yeah, they've never complained about the work, but I just expect that now that they've taken this long, well-deserved rest, I might add, that now Kevin them can take over now. You know, we can just take a break now. although you know, it won't be on camera. You know,
It's hard to say they can take over when they actually run the thing.
that's true.
But
That's true. That's true. Okay, big up on yourself. Big up on yourself. Big up on yourself. Can't thank you enough. So many things coming out of content-rich Jamaica. You know, we have the deportee situation, which the Prime Minister, and they're calling it third country national program, but it is a deportee program. That's what it is, because the people are being deported. And you'll hear the American officials use the word. They're deported from the US or removed. That's the euphemistic. That's a nice way. You know, they're removed. So we have lots to talk about on that. We also have to talk about the Prime Minister and the growing call for him to request Minister Wheatley's resignation based on the Commission's report, a very damning report. But you could just take out Minister Wheatley's name and substitute the Prime Minister's name, and you'd be right. You'd be right there.
Last name. 'Cause the first name is the same.
Yeah, change the last name, right? Yeah, because both of them there, and you're right. And then I want to talk to you a little bit about a precious resource that's mismanaged in Jamaica. We're not talking about bauxite, talking about water. Jamaica has so many rivers, and yet from time to time, more often than not, we have problems getting water to our citizens. And in that vein, I'm going to show you how the government lied to us. And I called this out a while back. But now we have more evidence that they lied to us. And of course, when they lied to us about the program, you have at least two questions. One is the lie, and the second is, where is the money? And we're going to be looking at those two questions in a way that I don't think anyone has done. In fact, I don't think anybody has called him out, Professor, on the desalination thing. I don't think anybody has done it. We've done it. And we've been doing it for quite some time. But today we have some more things to show you regarding that. And of course, we have some miscellaneous things. So what I'll do is, let me just start with go ahead.
As it relates to that water thing, though, there's only one question to ask.
Okay.
Minister, did you lie?
Okay.
Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie?
We're going to ask that. And we're going to ask it more often than we've done in the past. Today. Let me just start with, let's start with the slide. There it is. Welcome one and all to Rattigan University, where lies are dispelled and truth is upheld. Producer Joan, big up yourself. Shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. And there's a video we're going to play, and it's going to touch on a variety of issues, including civics. You know, we can't go along without touching on some aspect of civics, particularly when it comes to the order within Parliament, standing orders. All right, we're going to talk today about, there it is, if the Ferry desalination plant wasn't built, that first part of the question presupposes that it was supposed to be built. So we're saying, and if we say if it wasn't built, we're saying, well, we're not so sure it was built. The second part, then if it wasn't built, where is the money? We're going to talk about that. That's what. The second one, immigration. Is the government lying about the third country national and the structured migration programs? And people are, and we've heard the government say it, and to some extent, the government is right. The government is right, but the government is also guilty of the same thing that they're accusing people of, and that is conflating the third country national program, which is the deportee program, as they call it, transit program, and the structured migration program. Now, that program, the structured migration, that term is a term coined by the government. The Prime Minister has used it on several occasions. And we're going to show you the difference between the two programs. And the question will still remain, is the government lying about one and or both? We're going to present the evidence. You will be informed to make your decision. And of course, good governance. Will the increasing pressure force Prime Minister Holness to seek MP Wheatley's resignation? We just saw where the PSOJ asked for the Prime Minister and MP Wheatley to consider stepping aside. They usually, that PSO, the public sector of Jamaica, they are the titans of industry. They actually run the country. They're the businessmen and women. And when they come out and they make a statement, usually the Prime Minister will listen. You know why?
Money talk.
That's why.
You know, or the walking part go.
Exactly. So we're going to discuss that as well. And of course, as I said, we have some miscellaneous matters to share with you. There's your faculty. You know us, you love us, you can't ignore us. Just kidding. The guest lecturers, that's all of you, near and far. The chat is there. Let your voice be heard, your opinion. You know, as I mentioned, voice, Kevin, the first song, the very first song, there's a line in it that says, when we raise our voice, you, the establishment, the government, call us political. And
Yes.
it's so true. They never ever say, you know what, you're right, we'll do a course correction. It's always like they're political. And then in the second song we played when the program started, it says, there's a line that says, questions are treated like a crime. Questions are treated like a crime. When you ask questions of the government, they treat it as if they're, you know, the questions are criminal in nature, and you're a criminal. And remember, they preach democracy. And what is one of the hallmarks of democracy? The freedom to ask government questions.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the hallmarks of a democracy. Freedom to speak, to ask questions. And these two lines, they will resonate with me. I'll keep them here and I'll continue to mention them as needed. Professor.
As always, we want people to be locked in as they're here. And so we have engagement norms. The provost did a fairly decent job last week when I was not here. So let me go ahead and remedy that. we encourage we encourage you all to be active listeners as we are here. That comes with having an open mind so that we can use our time effectively, and in so show that we are present, which are the four first bullet points of our engagement norms. Of course, when you contribute, do so from a constructive standpoint. So we're looking to contribute to give our contributions in the chat in such a way that we enhance the program and not take away from it. You may have questions that may not be in alignment with other viewers or listeners, and that is fine. Present it in such a way that we can encourage discussion and growth from it, not in such a way that one of the moderators is going to remove you. Celebrate others' contributions. That in doing so, we are not tearing anybody down. Again, those who are not in alignment with the contributions presented in the chat can go so and say, hey, got you. That's not what we're talking about right now. That doesn't fit in at this point in time. do come again later on. And of course, we want to enjoy the experience. When we enjoy something, we tend to remember it. So let's enjoy this experience so that what we learn, we will take with us and be fully armed when we are in discussion on said topics. That works? I think that works. Provost.
All right, thank you, thank you. Cora, big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself. Folks, we would be remiss if we didn't mention Venezuela and the suffering the folks are going through as a result of
Yes.
the earthquakes.
Plural.
Yeah. Let's not forget that after Melissa, Venezuela was the first country, I believe, to provide aid to Jamaica. And despite the politics, we only care about the humanitarian aspect of it. And so we're saying that we look forward to the Jamaican government reciprocating the assistance and helping, whether it's individually or it's the Caribbean community or it's even something more global, but helping the people of Venezuela as they go through these trying times. Let's not forget. Let's not forget. New members, big up on yourself, big up on yourself. You know who you are. OT June, if you see any new members, please kindly bring them to our attention so that we can acknowledge them. Quote of the day, and the professor loves this one, so do I. It says, good governance never depends upon laws, but upon the personal qualities of those who govern. Mm-hmm. Make that sink in, people. You can have all the laws you want, and we do have a lot in Jamaica.
Even some unnecessary ones.
Including unnecessary ones and outdated ones. But if you look at the personal qualities of those who govern, that will tell you everything you need to know about good governance. When you have a prime minister whose statutory declaration cannot be certified, have not been certified, will never be certified, how do you look to him as a leader? We are going to get into that today. This quote, keep it uppermost in your minds, folks. And if you need me to return to it, we will do so. Good governance never depends upon laws, but upon the personal qualities of those who govern. And this is an excellent segue to a couple of the videos that we have to show you. Let me see what else we have here. Never trust your fears. They don't know your strengths. We're going to leave. We're going to see that one there. We're going to come back to that as well. And come reason with Rattigan Wednesdays, people. This week, Wednesday, we didn't have a show. We plan to have one next week, Wednesday. Tune into that. And of course, Saturday Stew with DJ Kevin Stew. And don't forget, he has programs Monday through Wednesday. I think he has one live, two recorded. You know what? I don't want to confuse the issue. I'll let him tell you. Professor, go ahead.
That just about covers it. After we get done here at 8 o'clock with Reason with Rattigan, I take off the jacket and it's more relaxed to get the Saturday Stew. And I put on my DJ Chef virtual hat and serve up some good music until we get to Relax with the Rebel.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Monday to Wednesday, Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, I have the night shift to DJ Kevin Stew. This Monday, it's Community and Finance Night. I'll be live. Actually, restructuring that broadcast and looking to finalize some things. I may be speaking with someone who has been in the music industry and affiliated with this platform more in the background. looking to have him on and talk a bit about the 50 years, a half century in the music industry. Just need to finalize that. But that happens Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. Tuesdays, Healthy Love. Wednesdays, Real Talk. You can visit the YouTube channel, The Night Shift with DJ Kevin Stew, and see what I've done before and what resonates with you. And that takes care of that, Provost.
All right. Thanks. New members, Lyndell McCormack and Audrey Davis. Welcome to both of you. Thank you for making the choice. And we trust and hope that you will be with us for many, 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 many years to come. And by the way, share the wealth. Please. How you say it, Professor? Tell a friend, tell a neighbor, tell a friend who tell a neighbor, a cousin.
Call a friend of a friend of your enemy of your friend, and also your enemy.
Yes, indeed. That's everybody. Now, let me just go back to this quote here. Good governance never depends upon laws, but upon the personal qualities of those who govern. I'm going to play your video now from, most of you know, I have South Africa is right here. I'm going to play your video from one of my favorite journalists out of South Africa. She's talking about South Africa, but you could just substitute South Africa. Put Jamaica in there.
Easy.
You think, and tell me what you think about this. Here we go.
Hold that the Europeans, the Americans, the colonialists, and slavery are the reason why Africa is poor, backward, underdeveloped, and failing to fix itself. I'm here to tell you who is really to blame for our problems, who is the most dangerous person in Africa. Welcome to Citizen Concerned, where we remind you to beware of the comrades. I'm Katla Ramwahi. Please subscribe and follow, like and comment, share and repost. #SmartVoters, #Citizen Concerned. The reason why we are where we are is because the majority of South Africans and Africans are highly uninformed and uneducated regarding the effects of certain policies and certain decisions. We are not talking about matric and degrees here. We're talking about knowing which policies are good and which are bad, knowing what the short and long-term effects of bad policies are. Majority of South Africans and Africans wake up on voting day uninformed, cast a vote for policies that lead to the further poverty and underdevelopment of the country and continent. And that is why I say the most dangerous person in South Africa and in Africa is an uninformed voter. Because ignorant citizens vote for rubbish politicians. Yes, Europeans, Americans, colonialists, and slavery have had and continue to have effects on the status of South Africa and Africa. But by now, those who call themselves leaders should have created policies that free us from those effects. Singapore was colonized by Britain, but they are doing far better than South Africa and Africa today because the politicians in power have put policies in place that not only set the people of the nations free from the negative effects of colonialism, but also create wealth, advancement, and development. They do not continuously in every single meeting, in every single campaign, in every single speech remind the people about how Britain once colonized them. No, this is what they say and do instead.
Good ministers are not just those who kiss babies and smile.
If you don't have that natural zest, a desire to do things for other people, not just for yourself and your family, then you can't be a leader. You must have an interest in people. And if you want to last, you can't break faith with them. You break faith, they distrust you, you're out. You can be the best communicator in the world. They're always having that question mark against you. I have lasted because I learned very early on never say something which I'm not going to do. I don't have to say it, that I'm not going to do it, but if I say I'm going to do it, I have to do it. And they know that, and they're comfortable with me.
We've got jobs. We are moving from 3-room flats to 4-room flats. Expressways, tunnels underneath, underground. That is the sunshine after. But there were dark moments, very dark moments when I could not be sure we would ever get out of that tunnel.
These virtues are valuable, but no longer sufficient. Now we also have to be not just economically vibrant, but an exciting, fascinating city to visit.
I make no apologies for collecting the most talented team I could find. Without them, none of you would be enjoying life today in Singapore. I say this without any compunction.
One lesson which I learned from RI has been important in the way in which I subsequently governed Singapore. I believed completely in the meritocratic system. I'm not interested who your father or mother is, what station in life, what religion, what language.
Let me start with how we're giving our young the best possible start in life, so that anyone who works hard will have a chance to succeed regardless of starting point or family background, because that's what meritocracy in Singapore is about.
They are the incompetent ones. You as a voter must not just listen and clap to any rubbish given to you. You must interrogate what you hear. Use that Wi-Fi or data to do a quick search on what you're being told. Being a voter is a serious responsibility. Don't just spend your days dancing and drinking alcohol and living your best life. Spend some time to discuss the issues that concern South Africa. And by discuss, I don't mean taking what you have been told and just spreading it in your circle of associates without checking if it is even true. I mean, read and research on our past as South Africa and Africa. Read about the effects of the policies that have been implemented by our politicians. Read on what is leading other countries to success. Read. Do your job as a voter, because you as a voter are the most dangerous person in our country. And when you vote with your emotions, believing in lies and false promises without an understanding of the effects of those policies that those who you want to vote for stand for, you destroy our country. When you vote with hate, you destroy our country. When you vote for a Zulu just because he's Zulu, you destroy our country. Tribalism has no value in politics. Race has no value in politics. Stop hating people just because they are Tsonga, White, Zulu, Venda, or whatever. Look at their policies as that is what matters. Are they competent? Are they corrupt? Are they efficient? Are they wasteful? Are they former convicts? Are they racist or tribalist? What is their standing on healthcare, economics, religion, border security, land, capitalism, and foreigners? These are the questions to check and ask to everyone who wants your vote. Those who went before us fought for us to have democracy. But democracy is useless when it is in the hands of uninformed voters. Actually, democracy is dangerous when the citizens do not read and research. And South Africa is exactly that. A country with a dangerous democracy, because you as a citizen, you as a voter, do not realize what your responsibility is before voting. You as a voter do not realize the power of that X on the ballot paper. Take time to find out the policy of open borders. What does it mean for our clinics, our crime rates, and job opportunities? The policy of socialism. What does it mean for businesses and salaries and our standard of life? The policy of land expropriation without compensation. What does it mean for the stability of our economy? The various policies that various politicians are proposing, what are the effects that they will have on our nation? Wake up now. Do your job. Read and research now. Stop sleeping only to wake up in May to go vote. You're sleeping, South Africa, which makes you the most dangerous person in South Africa. So please, please, please wake up and do your job. Remember that ignorant citizens vote for rubbish politicians. So instead of being the most dangerous person in South Africa through your vote, become the most powerful person in South Africa by using your vote right. Thank you so much for watching. This is Citizen Concerned, where we remind you to beware of the comrades. I'm Katla Moagi. Please subscribe and follow, like and comment, share and repost. Hashtag smart voters, hashtag Citizen Concerned.
Misinformed voters vote for rubbish politicians. So true. What a line. What a line. Line. She is so correct. Just wanted to start off with that.
I want to say something before you continue,
Please
Provost.
go ahead.
We've said it before, and I think it's important that I mention it again. Although emotions may run hot, please be mindful of your comments. You can call for justice, you can call for action to be taken against corruption. We don't encourage anybody calling for one's life. You may feel that way, and that is understandable. We don't encourage that kind of language. If you want to make a comment relating to an action to be taken against an individual, call for prosecution, call for justice. Do not, and I cannot emphasize it enough, do not call for one's life. That's not what we support. Thank you, Provost.
Okay. All right. And I've always said it. We call for legality, not illegality. And I've said on many occasions that we don't preach violence. Because if you know the truth, there are ways you can utilize, there are ways to utilize getting justice without resorting to violence. So, yeah, thank you. Now, first update. Some of you have asked on many occasions about the Paul Buchanan versus the constituted authority, that case. Some people say it's the Paul Buchanan versus the Prime Minister. Not true. The Prime Minister is not the opposing party. It's the constituted authority who did not call for the election to be run over. Even though, based on what I saw, overwhelming evidence was there. But in their wisdom, and I mean, you have to accept these things. In their wisdom, they said no. And then it went to the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court said no. And now it's before the Court of Appeal, I believe. Just want to play this, and then there's one thing I want to add to this video that will kind of explain the whole thing for you.
Reporters showed up at the Court of Appeal to back former PNP candidate Paul Buchanan for his Tuesday morning hearing in the appellate court. The case being heard is between Paul Buchanan and Jamaica Labour Party JLP leader Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness, who both contested the St. Andrew West Central seat in the country's 2025 general elections. On September 3, at the end of the final electoral count, the returning officer returned Dr. Holness as the winner of the constituency contest. Several days later, on September 16, Mr. Buchanan submitted an official request to the constituted authority, asserting that serious irregularities and malpractice occurred on election day, compromising the fairness and integrity of that election in a substantial way. His request was made under Section 52A3 of the Representation of the People Act, ROPA, seeking that the constituted authority apply to the election court to void the taking of the poll held on September 3. Then, on September 30, the authority determined that it would not apply to the election court to void the result of the election, as it had determined that the alleged irregularities did not satisfy the standard contemplated by Section 37E of the Election Petitions Act, EPA, nor had the alleged irregularities satisfied the statutory standard. Mr. Buchanan is challenging that decision. Hugh Wildman is his attorney.
Well, the matter was adjourned because one member of the panel of judges made a statement that she knew Mr. Buchanan from some time ago in a professional capacity.
Mr. Wildman says they were prepared to go on with the proceedings.
We were prepared to go on if the other side was willing to do so, but the other side seemed to be objecting.
Nonetheless, the attorney says their confidence has not wavered.
We remain confident that Mr. Buchanan has a very, very strong case.
The matter returns to court on June 27. Crystal Williams reporting for CVM News.
All right, Crystal made a couple of mistakes here. It's not June 27th, it's July 27th. June 27th is today. And then the other thing she said was that Mr. Paul Buchanan his action was against the Prime Minister. It's not true. It's against the constituted authority, the body that was supposed to have gone to the election court to ask that the election be overturned. So a couple of slight mistakes there. But here's the thing. That they didn't send the report, and I'll tell you. This matter was scheduled a long time ago. The judges, the three-panel the panel of three judges was picked a long time ago. And on the day of the hearing, one judge said, I know this man, Mr. Paul Buchanan, I know him. And we met in a professional capacity years ago. I believe, based on what my sources are telling me, that she's claiming she met Mr. Paul Buchanan when she was working in the Attorney General's office. Something came up there, some legal matter, and that's where she met him, like 30 years ago. She didn't realize that she knew Mr. Paul Buchanan until the day of the hearing this week. This week, she realized that I know this man, even though this matter was scheduled a long time ago. And then they tried to get another judge, I heard, and they couldn't find another judge. And then Mr. Wildman said, look, she knows him, but fine. We're willing to move forward with the action. And the opposing side said, no. You know what this is? In my mind, delay. It's just delay, delay, delay. Think about that, people. Just think about that. You have been scheduled to address this matter way in advance, and you wait until the day of the hearing to say, I think I know you, and I think I met you like 30 years ago. In fact, I was told that Mr. Paul Buchanan says that he didn't, I don't remember this lady. But she's saying that she met her.
That means he is the one that leaves a lasting impression.
Yeah. But then he said, listen, if there's an issue regarding conflict of interest, I'm willing to forego that. Fine, no problem. We can move forward. You know, we can move forward. Although it would be the other side saying that. But they were willing to go forward and they said no. So now it's put off. Look, this is an election matter that should not be addressed in such a haphazard fashion. This is something that should be addressed expeditiously. Because if it's proven that the Prime Minister, that all of these things took place, then as a country, we want members of parliament, we want a Prime Minister, for example, to get on with the job of running the country. You don't want to be bogged down with this thing as to whether or not it's going to take place. Now, keep in mind that the election took place when? September 3rd of last year. And all of the papers were filed in due course, in a timely fashion. And here it is that we're here. And the whole purpose of this election law, all of this stuff, was to expedite these matters. But here it is that we're slowly, we're crawling with no end in sight. So that's where we are. So all of you who asked about the status of this case, the next hearing, as of today, because things could change next week. As of today, the next hearing will be held in the Court of Appeal on July 27th. July 27th. So talk to me after July 27th. Before, if I get anything worth sharing, I will. But it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I think at this point, they've delayed it for far too long now. They have to get on with the show. So that's where we are with that. Is it this?
Somebody had asked if there's anything that we, the people, can do to address such an issue.
Legally, no, because it's been handled already by Learned Counsel. And all we can do is, well, we were collecting money in the event they have to go to the Privy Council. For a final say on this matter, because we don't know what's going to happen with this Court of Appeal. But I suspect that if a decision is not rendered to void the election, then Mr. Buchanan only redress after that is to go to the Privy Council in England. So that's where we are with that. I hope it doesn't get that far, but who knows? But as a people, all we can do is keep the issue in the limelight and keep talking about it, because you know how it is. You stop talking about the issue, becomes a 9-day wonder, and then things disappear, nobody hears about it, swept under the rug, overtaken by other issues, and that's the end of that. And we can't allow that to happen, because here we're talking about democratic principles. The principle of free and fair election, which is central to a democracy. So we can't let this one go. All right. A couple weeks ago, we had on Dr. Dice, Dr. Dwayne Dice. We had him on during our conference, our diaspora conference, and he came on and he spoke about the status of education in Jamaica. And in particular, he mentioned the assistance that he and others have tried to provide to the Jamaican government. And there were some challenges. However, they did not experience those challenges when they took their program elsewhere in the Caribbean. We won't go over that. What we'll do now is to highlight the fact that he has a book. He has a book out. It's called 7 Principles of Parenting for Fathers and Others, Enduring Guidance for the Whole Family. And we're going to recommend that you get this book, folks. Here it is. You can pick this up for me, Kevin. Oh, let me move this.
Well, wait, what is that?
I have no idea. All right. I can read it if you can't make it any bigger. It says,
You want to go further now?
yeah, it's on Amazon, folks. And again, it's called 7 Principles of Parenting for Fathers and Others by Dr. Dwayne Dice, an outstanding educator by any measure. It says here, I'll read it because I don't have to be able to. Yeah, it says, every father leaves a legacy. The only question is whether he chose it. What if the most important job you'll ever do came with no manual, no instructions, no certification, no clear measure of whether you're getting it right? That's parenting. We know that. Yes, indeed. Or we should. And in a world of endless distractions, fractured families, and 24-hour access to friends through a screen, the stakes have never been higher. In 7 Principles of Parenting for Fathers and Others, Dr. Dwayne Dice draws on 19 years as an educator and school leader in classrooms across Jamaica, Florida, Washington, D.C., and New York City, and on his own upbringing in the parish of St. Anne, Jamaica, raised by grandparents after growing up without his biological father. The result is not a parenting theory. It is a set of 7 durable, time-tested principles that the most intentional parents have always practiced, whether or not they ever had words to them. Very nice description. Folks, go out and get your copy. As I would say, make it sell off, right? Go and get your copy. Dr. Dice, big up yourself. I want to thank you for your contributions to our families, particularly the children. Mm-hmm. And we hope that you will continue along this path. And we will do everything that we can to support your efforts, because by supporting you, we are indeed, by extension, supporting our children. I want to thank you again, and we look forward to seeing you on the program this time real soon. It won't be like, when we have you the next time, it won't be about the status of education in Jamaica. It will be about this, your book, 7 Principles of Parenting for Fathers and Others. Dr. Dwayne Dice, big up yourself. All right. Now, Kevin, Professor, you have me here now. Hold on a second. Unity Walk. There's Marvin petition. Letter from, hold on. There's a march this coming, is it Monday or Tuesday in Jamaica? I don't see it here. But while Kevin will look for that, let me just put this up on the screen for you. This one is let me just say big up to Zolita. The 2nd annual Unity Walk, uniting police and community. A much needed combination. Saturday, July 11th, McNee Square to Kingston Square. So they're going to be walking in support of that relationship between the police and citizens. And it starts at 9 o'clock. You register at 8, it starts at 9. And following the walk, they're going to have a community celebration. So they're asking friends of Clarendon, St. Catherine, St. Anne, and all of Jamaica to join them and support them. And here are the schools within that region where I think where they're going to be starting the march. McNee Primary School, Kellett's High School, Kellett's Primary School, Crofts Hill Primary School, and the Crofts Hill Police Station. So they're asking you to donate school supplies or clothing, buy school supplies and treats for the children. And there it is. You can contact Sergeant Lewis at 876-403-2727, Sergeant Chernette, 876-370-5442, or Sergeant Murphy, 876-525-0459. And you can register now at ccnnow.org. So there it is, folks. We'll be putting this up again before the event. And remember, it's on July the 11th, 2026. All right, let me remove this.
I see someone put in the chat here that there's a protest in Crossroads.
That's the one I'm looking for. Okay. Yeah.
I didn't see that one.
You didn't see that one?
No.
Yeah, there's a protest in Crossroads. I'll look for it and we'll put it up before the end of the program. But there's a protest in Crossroads. Yeah. All right. All right. No. Folks, let's start. Let me bear with. Oh, you know what? I'll just show you this. You know, Jamaicans, we're feisty. Yeah, it's feisty. We're feisty. And sometimes, you get like a position and suddenly person is king. And talk to you anyway. But I just want to show you an interaction between somebody who has a little power and people who are powerless. And then you tell me what you think, because this is not the entire interaction. This is just a part of the interaction. So we have to be careful and very mindful how we make judgments. But for whatever it's worth, I need you to just take a look at this.
We were told that you were allowed special pass through here today. I don't know why they
I never get no instruction about that.
Not, and
obviously we're working on the road and we're scraping the road. The rain went up the road over the weekend, dig up the road. We have a deadline and we have scraped the road. But unconsiderate motorists like Uno will feel like say Uno superior for drive on the road when we are fixed and ask you every day when it all done. And now work with no procedure what we come with. So we lock the road, uno walk come through same way. Grader take up something on the road, uno walk come through same way. Uno don't respect nobody. Because uno feel like say uno entitled to drive on the road where we are fixed pan. But we not entitled to block the road while we're fixing it. I don't know how uno work like that. But when you go to America, the man them say don't spit on the road, don't piss on the road, uno do the exactly good same thing. But when you come here and so, uno go on like say what? You can't buy on the way out, nobody can stop uno. Uno unstoppable. I'm still talking, sir. Yeah, I can't say you're a police or law man. Uno break all the rules and the law, brother. And then uno want with you abide by rules. Still talking, sir. And I'm saying to you, it mark no entry. Let me ask you, did you see the sign, sir? Wait, Mark. No entry. I get a chance.
You work on this side here? Sir?
All right. We can, let me just move this. And just 5 minutes, people. Tell me what you think about that. Just 5 minutes. Because we have a lot we have to talk about. Let me start with the professor. Professor, what do you think about that interaction?
All right. So first things first. Entitled much? This is nothing new. Clearly. Not very often we see it documented. Not very often we see someone taking the position to say, hold on, I am still talking. I understand that You may see yourself as someone of importance, but right now, me attack. And really, this is the kind of way that we should interact, where nobody gets cowed down or cowered down. You just go ahead and state the facts. And the fact is, where you decide to drive as a motorist is not where you were supposed to drive at that given time. Because me, as a worker, for my safety and also for yours, has blocked off the road so that you're not supposed to go there. Why you must so unruly? What kind of entitlement do you have, so? And so, for this construction worker, for this road worker, I think it was really good, one, journaling to capture it, and two, a really good show of a stance for principle. That's what I take from it. Now, Elaine just put that the police was very humble. I don't know if that man is police. Yes, he is wearing a gun on his waist, but I don't know if he is police. He could be guardsman for all I know. They carry guns too. So, but I really applaud the worker for standing his ground and pointing out what they did wrong. Now, of course, I can hear where they're starting to justify their wrong action versus and oh, I did catch where the lady apologized. She did say sorry for doing that, which is also very big of her. So there's still a level of respect floating around in the country, along with the entitlement of some. That is what I observed and my take from it.
All right. I just sent you the protest that they're having June 30th. If you could put that up, please. Let me see what other people say. Jamaica entitled need more background info just for phone. Yeah, I kind of agree with just for phone. I'd have to say a little bit more, but it's just interesting. Resilience, Elaine Turner, give man a chance. Okay. AG, Don. Okay. Let me see. Andrea said because him thinks him a police, him can't do anything. We love how the worker chat to him. Okay. And he's correct. They would not disrespect like that if in America. Okay, Dick said, I saw this video before. Person work on the road is correct. Okay, obey foreign rules. All right. All right. The overwhelming sentiment is that the worker did the right thing, stood his ground and said, look, rules are rules and they must be obeyed and we don't care who you are. That's the Singapore principle, all right? We don't care about your station in life, who your mother is, who your father is, who your family members are, school you went to, where you work. No, rules are rules and they should be applied across the board. All right. Here's what we're going to do now. The first story, big story we're going to get into. We did a story about the water situation in Jamaica a while back. And when we say a while back, we did maybe 2 or 3 segments over a period of time. And we also refer to promises made in the 2020 manifesto, because, you know, the government likes to refer to the manifesto. The government loves to refer to the manifesto. It was only last week that Minister of Education, Dana Morris-Dixon, referred to the manifesto concerning human rights violations. And she said, oh, yes, you can go and read our manifesto. And if you recall, the 2025 manifesto had a long list of achievements in there. But again, going back to what Kahlego said, she said that you must read, do a little research. Don't just regurgitate what people told you. And that's one of the things we pride ourselves on around here, in that we show you the document. Or we tell you where you can go and find a document, so that you can look and read for yourself. Now, when you look at the manifesto, go back to the 2016 and you look at all the promises made, I'm willing to bet you that you're going to find some significant promises that were made 10 years ago and they still have not been fulfilled. And in fact, some of them, like what they did 2016, they told you the same thing in 2020, and they come and they told you the same thing in 2025. And a lot of you didn't even realize, because you didn't read, you didn't realize that they're just regurgitating, they're just repeating the same promises to you. They package it a little bit differently, but it's the same promise. Same thing with the water. And we're talking about the desalination plant. Desalination, move salt from the water, seawater, so that people can have drinking water. Well, we're going to spend a little bit of time on it today, and we're going to show you how the government lied to you. We're going to show that to you, but we want you to listen. We want you to listen. It is our opinion that the government did not tell you this complete story. But we want you to be an informed judge of that. Now, what we're going to do is, for some of our listeners who are not sure what a desalination plant is, we're going to give you a little bit of the mechanics of the whole thing. And then we're going to turn to a country where I lived for several years. A country of sand and oil, Saudi Arabia. And when I got there, before I got there, I was concerned about drinking water. And in the back of my mind, I was thinking, man, maybe I could later on get into a business of importing water to Saudi Arabia, because it's a desert. And we know they have the nomadic tribes. They move from oasis to oasis. And I have to tell you, the first year, I believe it was the first year I was there, not one drop fell in Riyadh. Not one drop. And I ended up taking some time going to Europe. And I remember I was in the UK and it was raining and I was walking in the rain and people looked at me like I was crazy. And I was telling some of the people that I was with that, hey, I haven't seen rain in almost a year. So let me just enjoy this. Here we go with what is desalination, and then we'll go into the thing about Saudi Arabia. Here we go.
There's one word for it, but two ways to describe it. There's water we drink and water we can't drink. More and more of us are consuming this drinking water, which represents only an infinitesimal part of the resource available on Earth. In 20 years, 47% of the world's population will live in areas subject to serious water scarcity. And yet, 40% of us live near the coast. What if getting a mouthful of seawater could one day become enjoyable? What if we could actually drink seawater? Let's see how this is possible. To protect the marine ecosystem, seawater is pumped at a speed 3 times slower than a fish swims. This water is then filtered to remove all particles such as algae and sand. After this stage, only molecules of water and salt remain. The salt water is then sent at a very high pressure through an extremely fine membrane. The pressure exerted on the water during this process is equivalent to 100 elephants standing on a manhole cover. This is called reverse osmosis. The energy produced by this process is partly recovered and reused to operate the plant. For every 2 liters of salt water pumped, we obtain 1 liter of pure and demineralized water. The other liter of water, called brine, is twice as salty. After being treated and diluted, it is returned to its natural marine environment. The pure water is enriched with mineral salts essential for human health. And the water is then distributed in the drinking water network, all the way to the tap. Today, more and more plants are desalinating seawater.
All right. So that was just a primer. Here's the story. The story before the story, actually.
Living in a country almost swallowed by sand, where more than 95% of the land is desert and rainfall is nearly non-existent, Saudi Arabia has achieved something unimaginable, building a massive steel water delivery system from the Red Sea to sustain the entire nation. Every day, billions of liters of seawater are drawn into large desalination complexes, then pumped across the desert through a pipeline network stretching thousands of kilometers. Bringing water inland from the sea is already a remarkable engineering feat, but turning salty seawater into fresh water fit for drinking, farming, and industry is what truly earns Saudi Arabia global respect. So how is this invisible river of steel built and operated? Join Mandarin Tech as we uncover the answer. Saudi Arabia has more than 37 million people, and almost the entire population follows Islam. What is particularly notable is that most of the population is densely concentrated along the Red Sea coast and the Persian Gulf. Remains an almost uninhabited desert. Saudi Arabia possesses what the world desires most, oil, but nature never gives everything. With more than 40 trillion liters of oil beneath its soil, the country still has to spend billions of dollars to produce every single drop of fresh water. Average annual rainfall is below 100 millimeters, while summer temperatures regularly exceed 45 degrees Celsius. To survive under these conditions, Saudi Arabia built a nationwide water pipeline system. The network uses high-strength carbon steel pipes, similar to those used in the oil and gas industry. Construction costs average around $3 million per kilometer of pipeline, not including booster pumping stations and advanced desalination plants, each of which can cost tens of millions of dollars. But where does this pipeline get its water from? They turn to a nearly inexhaustible source, seawater. However, seawater contains about 3.5% salt, too salty to drink or use for irrigation. That's why desalination technology was developed, giving Saudi Arabia a nearly unlimited supply of usable water. The pipeline carries water from giant desalination plants located next to the Red Sea. Each day, such a plant can convert 7 million liters of seawater into drinking water, consuming a huge amount of energy. The first step in building a transnational water pipeline is manufacturing the pipes themselves. The pipes are typically made from high-strength carbon steel, similar to the steel used in oil and gas pipelines, so they can withstand continuous pumping pressure, mechanical impacts during underground installation, and the extreme thermal cycles of the desert. The rectangular steel plates are cut to pre-calculated dimensions, sufficient to be rolled into circular pipes with a diameter of about 1.8 meters and a wall thickness of nearly 25 millimeters. They are then fed through a multi-axis rolling machine, where rollers gradually bend the steel step by step until the two edges meet, forming a pipe blank ready for the next stage of longitudinal welding. After the welding is completed, the pipe is passed through a straight-flow water cooling line to reduce the temperature of the weld seam. Next, the steel pipes are carefully ground along all edges and corners to remove burrs and ensure geometric accuracy before further welding. Both ends of each pipe are then finished with beveled edge welds, creating optimal contact surfaces for joint connections. Each pipe section is typically about 12 meters long enough to reduce the total number of welds while still remaining practical for transportation. This design allows the pipes to be joined quickly, maintain pressure-tight seals, and remain structurally stable over the long term when installed along cross-country pipeline routes. Once completed, the steel pipes are moved to an outdoor storage yard, where they are stacked by batches and clearly marked for logistics and tracking. From there, they are lifted onto specialized transport vehicles using forklifts or cranes and securely fastened to prevent deformation during transit. Finally, the pipe sections are hauled hundreds of kilometers to the construction site, where they are welded together directly along the cross-country pipeline route. The installation process begins at large staging yards located along the pipeline route. Here, fully manufactured steel pipe sections are grouped by diameter, length, and installation sequence. Engineering teams carry out final visual inspections, checking pipe straightness, coating condition, and identification markings. Proper organization at the staging area is essential to maintain a continuous workflow, minimize delays, and reduce errors when operating in harsh desert conditions. At the same time, survey teams establish the exact pipeline route across the desert. Using GPS systems, total stations, and terrain data, the alignment is marked directly on the ground with stakes and visible paint. This stage ensures the pipeline follows the most stable and efficient path, avoiding weak soils, shifting sand zones, and areas prone to erosion. For pipelines stretching hundreds of kilometers, accurate routing is critical to long-term structural integrity. Before trenching begins, the construction site must be cleared and leveled to allow heavy machinery to operate smoothly. Temporary access roads are opened parallel to the pipeline to accommodate trucks, excavators, welders, and material transport vehicles. In the desert, site preparation also includes dust control and sand stabilization measures to ensure visibility and worker safety. This is a fundamental step that ensures the smooth operation of the entire construction process throughout the project. Once the route is finalized, large tract excavators begin digging the trench along the marked alignment. The trench is excavated to precise width and depth, allowing enough space for pipe placement and backfilling. Excavated soil is sorted on site. Suitable material is retained for backfill, while unsuitable soil is removed. Maintaining consistent trench depth and alignment is essential to prevent pipe deformation or misalignment after installation. In addition, along certain pipeline sections that cross steep and rugged mountain terrain, explosives are used to carve trenches directly into solid rock, place controlled charges, and detonate them in sequence to fracture the bedrock along the planned alignment. The resulting blasted trench creates enough depth and width to seat the pipeline securely, even in areas where mechanical excavation is impossible. This method allows construction to continue through extreme landscapes while keeping the pipeline buried, protected, and structurally stable. After excavation, the pipe is not placed directly onto the trench floor. A layer of selected material, typically fine sand or screen soil, is spread evenly along the bottom to create a bedding layer. This layer distributes loads uniformly and reduces stress concentrations on the pipe. The bedding is leveled and lightly compacted to achieve the required elevation. In desert terrain with loose, dry soils, this step is crucial for long-term stability. To construct large diameter pipeline routes, a construction corridor approximately 40 meters wide is prepared in advance, allowing the entire installation process to proceed continuously at an average pace of about 1.5 kilometers per day. Pipe sections measuring around 18 meters in length are selected to reduce the number of field welds, while also imposing very high demands on lifting, transportation, and precise alignment throughout construction. At the welding site, a hydraulic internal lineup clamp is positioned inside the pipe joint and expanded with 360-degree gripping shoes to hold the two pipe sections perfectly concentric and actually aligned before and during the route pass. An automated welding operation, supported by a workforce of roughly 80 personnel and dozens of specialized machines, is deployed and can complete up to 150 welds per day on 42-inch diameter pipes. Once welding is finished, every joint undergoes automated ultrasonic inspection to ensure there are no internal defects. The field joint coating crew then performs abrasive blasting to clean the surface and applies a multi-component liquid epoxy coating, forming a durable, fully sealed protective layer before the pipes are lowered into the trench and backfilled. The assembled pipes are lowered into the trench using side crane tractors, specialized tracked vehicles designed for constructing large diameter pipelines. Multiple side booms operate in sequence along the pipeline, each lifting a section of the pipe string using padded slings and steel cables to protect the coating. The pipe string is raised evenly and held suspended above the ground as the machines move slowly along the trench. Precise coordination between operators is essential to prevent twisting, bending, or contact with trench walls. When aligned correctly, the pipe is lowered gradually, centimeter by centimeter, until it rests at the center of the trench on the prepared bedding. Throughout this process, surveyors continuously monitor pipe elevation, straightness, and natural curvature to ensure no residual stress is introduced. This method allows fast, controlled, and highly accurate placement, making it ideal for long, straight pipeline routes across flat desert terrain. After the pipe is positioned, the trench is backfilled in multiple layers. The initial layer consists of fine material to protect the pipe coating, followed by the previously excavated soil. Each layer is mechanically compacted to achieve the required density, minimizing future settlement. In desert conditions where soil structure can be affected by wind and temperature extremes, proper compaction is critical to pipeline longevity. The process begins by drawing seawater directly from the open ocean and channeling it inland, establishing a steady and uninterrupted supply of raw water for the desalination facility. Large intake lines are first positioned offshore, where installation crews carefully align each section before lowering it into place with heavy lift cranes operating from barges or coastal platforms. As the pipeline extends toward the shoreline, individual segments are connected sequentially, forming a continuous conduit designed to operate under constant hydraulic load. Precision alignment is critical at this stage, as even minor deviations can affect long-term performance and flow efficiency. Once assembly is complete, the intake line is reinforced with structural support frames and securely anchored to the seabed. The desalination process begins by drawing seawater through pipelines that lead straight into open intake screens. The water is pulled from a few hundred meters offshore, where barriers and intake filters catch large floating debris and prevent marine life from entering. A 63-centimeter pipe can pull in up to 15 million liters per day. That's more than 10,000 liters per minute. At the intake point, powerful pumps push the seawater toward the plant. As the seawater is drawn in, some uninvited guests can show up, like jellyfish, crabs, and occasionally small fish. To keep these creatures out of the system, a massive screen is installed to block anything larger than 4.5 millimeters in diameter. After that, the water passes through finer screens to filter out the remaining large particles. Even after the larger organisms have been removed, the water is still full of suspended sediment. The solution is a process called filtration, which takes place in tanks like these. Here, the water flows downward through layers of sand using gravity. The gaps between the sand grains are so small that only water can pass through, while suspended particles get trapped. The sand continuously moves downward, opposite the direction of the water flow, and the dirty particles cling to the sand surface. After this stage, the water looks cleaner, but it still contains countless microscopic particles. Anything larger than roughly 1/10 the thickness of a human hair is removed. Next, large paddles stir the water, and the plant adds two chemicals: sodium hypochlorite, a disinfectant, and ferric chloride, a coagulant. The coagulant causes the fine sand and waste particles to clump together into larger flocks, which then settle at the bottom of the tank. Most of the dirt has now been removed, but the water is still far from clear enough for the desalination stage. After the water has passed through fine filtration, it enters the cartridge filtration system, the final line of defense before RO. Inside each housing are multiple cartridges made of tightly compressed fiber layers, with pore sizes as small as 1 to 5 microns. As the water flows from the outside toward the center of each cartridge, microscopic particles get trapped between the fiber layers, while the clean water passes through the cartridge wall and continues onward. Once a cartridge becomes saturated, engineers remove and replace it to ensure the system always operates at maximum efficiency. The seawater then moves to the most critical stage, separating the salt from the water. Salt is extremely difficult to remove because salt ions cling tightly to water molecules through electrostatic attraction. To break this bond, the system must apply extremely high pressure. the water enters a process called reverse osmosis, where the real magic happens. The concept is simple. Apply pressure greater than natural osmotic pressure, forcing water through an ultrafine RO membrane, while salt and other impurities are left behind. To generate this pressure, the plant uses high-powered centrifugal pumps. Each component of the pumping system controls a specific pressure stage, with the pressure gradually increasing as the water moves through successive compression phases. By the time it exits the final stage of the pump assembly, the pressure reaches about 60 bar, roughly 60 times atmospheric pressure, strong enough to separate water from salt at the molecular level. After the first round of RO filtration, the water is already almost salt-free, but it still contains trace ions and microminerals that must be completely removed to meet certain drinking water standards. So the water is sent through a second RO stage, where even finer membranes operate under lower pressure but achieve higher salt removal efficiency. This stage reduces the water's electrical conductivity to extremely low levels, stripping out the remaining ions and bringing the water to true, purified water quality. The final result is an ultra-clean stream of water with near-perfect purity, ready for remineralization or distribution. After passing through the reverse osmosis membranes, the purified water is clean enough for irrigation, but its pH still needs to be balanced before humans can safely drink it. To do this, the plant adjusts the pH, usually by adding a small amount of acid or a balancing solution to bring the water back into a safe range. RO desalinated water also contains far fewer essential minerals than typical drinking water, so to improve taste and overall quality, a small amount of minerals like calcium and magnesium is added during the remineralization process. This step restores the water's mineral profile, adjusts the pH, increases alkalinity, and brings back a natural taste, creating water that is not only safe but also healthier and more pleasant for people to drink. And after being desalinated, the water is delivered to residential areas through a modern pipeline network to serve the people of Saudi Arabia. However, the cost is extremely high, around $5 per cubic meter of water, something that in the United States may cost only a few tens of cents. So, you've learned the whole interesting process. See you in the next videos.
All right, let me just say that when I lived there, water was cheaper than in the United States. Water was cheaper than in the United States. And
After going through that whole process, it was still cheaper?
still cheaper. When you buy it in the store, bottled water,
Yeah.
still cheaper. Still cheaper. Because remember, they have the money to do all of this. And for them, it's not about even making a profit. It's about providing a service to its people. So they weren't, yeah, they weren't thinking. And you know what? I've been all over the Gulf. And another place where you see these plants a lot, you see them in the United Arab Emirates, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, see them all over the place. They get their water from the sea. Now, some people, I saw where people say, oh, well, Jamaica, that's too expensive. Jamaica can't do that. Really? Take a look at this. This is the JLP's 2020 manifesto. And they're talking about water, right? Look right at the top right there. You see that? Development of desalination plants. And remember too that the desalination plants that you'd have for Jamaica wouldn't be the same for Saudi Arabia. It would be a scaled down version. But look at what they say right there. What the government said. It said, listen, we have a water problem. And so we're going to develop desalination plants for drinking water supply in coastal cities. See what they're saying? It's limited. So they're not talking about spending a whole lot of money. They said in coastal city to expand the options for water access in Jamaica. Here is the key. They said more specifically, this will begin with what? the upgrading and expansion of the Ferry desalination project. Now, if I say to you, folks, I'm going to upgrade and expand my factory, that's telling you, if nothing else, it should convey to the discerning mind that I have a factory, that a factory exists, and now I'm going to upgrade and expand it. You don't upgrade and expand something you don't have. And they said it's going to harness water from the brackish Ferry Springs at Moses Lake. Now, I've been asking, where is Moses Lake? Most of you have never heard of the place, but it's in the Ferry area. We also did a Google Earth search, see if we could find this desal plant. We now know that the government has not built a single desalination plant. Not a single, not one. But they said right here, we're going to do this. And we're going to do it basically inland. Why would you want to build a desal plant, Professor, and get it from the brackish Ferry Springs? Would it make sense to build a desal plant and get it from the Caribbean Sea? Because if you start building it inland, there may come a time when you don't have water flowing, when this brackish Ferry Springs might dry up. And so you have a desal plant sitting inland with nothing to convert.
No supply.
Yes.
No supply.
It would make sense to put it on the coastline where you know the Caribbean Sea is going to be there. But that is what they said. So they gave the impression, two things. One, we're going to be building a whole lot of desal plants, and we already have one. And we're going to upgrade, and we're going to expand it. Look at this. You finished with this, Kev?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Let me just, let me remove this and go to my water tab. Because, you know, we have a tab for everything here. Oh, this is it right here? Okay. All right. Now, before I show you the next document, I need to let you know that this was published, the 2020 manifesto was published sometime around July, August of 2020 in preparation for the election, which was held in September 2020. Yeah, I think it was September 2020. No, the election was held in September. Yeah, I'm right. Around September 2020, somewhere around there. But listen, well, not listen, look at this. So this came out around July, August time frame. Now look at this. Okay, hold on. No, we've gone too far now. We're going to Minister Samuda. We need to get something before him. What? Come on. Bear with me, people.
Pauline, where exactly?
All right, here we go. So that was what I showed you was in 2020. Let's go a little bit before 2020. In fact, let's go a lot before 2020. Let's go to 2008. In 2008, I should ask this question, but I know a lot of you will probably get it wrong. I just know you're going to get it wrong. Let me just ask anyway. Without checking, folks, without checking. In 2008, they had a ministry of housing and water. Who was the Minister of Housing and Water in 2008? Or Minister of Water and Housing? "30 seconds.
I got nothing on that one.
Let me just tell him that it's not because I'm smart or anything like that. It's only because I read it. Because if somebody had asked me before I read it, I wouldn't have guessed.
Roger Lynch says Ram Tally.
All right. No, it's not Ram Tally. None other than Dr. Horace Chang, who is now our Minister of National Security and Peace. They recycled him. He was recycled. Kevin, big up this summer, please.
Yeah. Where the mouse there? Oh.
All right, you see the date? March 3rd, 2008. What I just showed you was the manifesto of 2020, around July 2020. Same political party in power. Now, look at this. See it right here? Ground was broken by the Minister of Water and Housing, Dr. Horace Chang. Remember what Kathleen was saying? She was saying that, not Kathleen, the Prime Minister of Singapore. He said he makes no apology for getting the best people to do the work. But here we have a medical doctor who's in charge of water and housing and is now in charge of national security and peace. But look at this. I'm going to show you where he talks about this project. Here it is right here. It says, another project the minister said that would improve the water supply in St. Catherine was the Ferry water supply system. And he said, we are at a very advanced stage of planning and implementing a program which will bring another 5 million gallons of water to the system, which will be shared between the corporate area and St. Catherine. Look at the next sentence. Work will include the construction of a desalination plant at Ferry. The same one I just talked to you about in 2020, 2008. They said, work will include. They had the money budgeted for this already. So they said they're going to be doing this. All right? Now let me remove this. Some people may say, well, that's a lot of money. I showed you the Saudi system because it is the biggest system in the world. Costs more money than any other desal plant. But I just wanted to give you a sense of what a desal plant is like, what it's supposed to do. We certainly don't want one the size of Saudi Arabia, but we do need one in Jamaica. Now, look at this. Where is it this? Let me see. Hold on 1 second. This one is October 9. Okay. This is October 9. Same 2008. We have the minister again, Minister of Housing and Water, Dr. Horace Chang. And he said, we have a similar $55 million loan outstanding with the IADB to improve sewage and water in downtown Kingston. In addition to that, we are currently negotiating and should soon conclude that negotiation for some $95 million to bring about improved water supply to the Western corporate area. Look at the next sentence. It will include a desal plant at Ferry. 2008. 2008. And they put it in the thing in 2020 saying, we have a desal plant. And we're gonna, what they say, we're gonna expand and improve. Follow the date, 2008, 2020. No, look, where's this other one? Where is this? Where's the Water Commission one, Kevin? There's one here from the Water Commission.
Got the bottom of the list.
It's at the bottom? All right,
Of that tab. Of that tab.
Of that tab? You see it? No, wait. Where is it? Oh,
If you didn't see it right there beside that, then it would have been.
See if you can find that for me, because I don't see it here. Bear with me.
Are you still in water?
No, I'm at the bottom right now. Here's water right here.
Okay.
You want me to send it to you again?
Oh, this was one of the articles?
No, it's from Water Commission.
I was put up, man. Hold on. 1 second.
Stay with us, folks. You're going to find this quite interesting. Just keep those dates in mind. 2008, 2020. And 2000. We're gonna jump to 2025 pretty soon. We're just gonna show you how they lied to you and where the money is and where the money went and where the money did not go.
Well, we definitely know where it didn't go.
That's true.
Now,
you want me to send it to you?
I guess because no, I'm just waiting for this to load up on my side.
All right, this morning. Hold on.
Well, you can send it again. That's not a problem.
Yeah, hold on.
If anything, I just show it from my side.
Yeah.
It's interesting that when this was in the news in 2008.
Oh, here it is. Let me send it to you again.
When it was in the news in 2008, nobody thought to really follow up on it after. Yeah, man, that's there. I remember this document. It's right here. What I'll do is I'll put it in there again, and you can use it.
Did the minister lie?
Remove that. Can I close it?
You see it? I just put it up.
You just put it up?
Yeah, it didn't come up?
Where? No. Oh, yeah, I see it now. All right. Let me. Uh-oh. Put me back on over this side.
I'm not seeing you. Where are you?
I'm completely gone right now.
All right, so okay, I see what happened. Let's just do this.
Okay. All right, fine. There it is. Why is it? Hold on.
No, don't do anything yet.
All right, leave it alone.
All right, that's you.
That's it. Okay. All right. Take a look at this, folks. Remember now, we have a 2008 date where they say They're negotiating. They're in the final stages. They're getting the money, and they're going to be building this desal plant. Fast forward to 2020, they said, we have a plant, and we're going to upgrade, and we're going to expand the plant. Look at this. See this? Look what it's about. Implementation of the Ferry desalination water treatment plant. That's the same plant they're talking about. 2008, 2020. The difference here, look at the date. Where's the date? July 2020. It's about the same time that they're telling you that they already have a plant and they're going to expand and upgrade. You can't expand and upgrade something you don't have. And here it is, they said, the same time that they're saying we're going to expand and upgrade is the same time that they're seeking bids to build the damn thing. Look at this. Invitation for expression of interest. Look, here it is. By way of international competitive bidding, the National Water Commission is inviting expressions of interest from local and international firms with strong capabilities, experience, and qualified personnel in the water and civil engineering works, infrastructure, pipeline installation works to undertake the construction of a desalination water treatment plant. There it is right there. The plant wasn't built. There it is right here. They say you're going to have to send your expression of interest, meaning your bid, by Thursday, August 13, 2020. Well, guess what was out by then? The manifesto saying that we have a plant. How can you have a plant? How can you tell people that you have a plant, you're going to provide them with water, and at the same time, you're saying we need bids to build this plant? And Petroye, you're absolutely correct. Where is the money that was budgeted for this plant? Because you know why? We ask that. The plant was never built. The plant was never built, my people. The plant was never built. Here it is, they're telling you all of the things that you need to do to submit your tender. Here it is right here. Tenders must be submitted no later than August, and late bids will be automatically rejected. And looking for the section where you're going to talk about it again. Here it is right here. Considering the issues that we're facing, the challenges, it is now the intention of the Water Commission to expand the water production capacity for the Kingston and St. Andrew area. Follow me now. Through the development and implement the Ferry Springs water supply source. That is the desal plant. And it was never built. So that loan that they took out, the question is, where did the money go? Where did, it is right here, desalination water treatment plant. Where did the money go? Where did the money go?
Did anybody ever identify where Moses Lake is?
No. No.
I looked.
Did you find it? Well, I can tell you that OT last night, we pulled up Google Maps, Google Earth, and we couldn't find it. First of all, there's no water treatment. There's no desalination plant there. So that confirms. Oh, by the way, look at this. Hold on, let me remove. Oh, this is all, they're telling you how to apply. There it is, how to apply for it. That's all that is, right? Look at this. Oh, Kevin, this thing gone. Hold on. Okay, no, here it is.
No, it's there. It's there.
All right. Look at this, people. The question asked was, did the big that up for me, please, Kevin. The question is, if you cannot see it, it says, the question is, did the Jamaican government build a desalination plant in Ferry, St. Catherine, Jamaica? That's the question, because that's what they said they were going to do. Right? There's the question right here. Here's the answer. No. The Jamaican government did not build a desalination plant in Ferry, St. Catherine. There it is. Although they proposed it in 2008 as a drought mitigation strategy, the plan was ultimately shelved in favor of other water treatment projects. Now, if that is the case, why did you tell people in 2020 that you have a desalination plant? Why? Why, government? Why lie? Why tell people that you're going to upgrade and expand the plant when you didn't build a plant? And then the second question, Petro, you big up yourself. The second question, where did the money that was budgeted for that plant, where did the money go? Where? Where? But in addition to that, I want to show you something. Look at this. Hold on. Look at this, people. Remember Beryl? Remember Beryl. We all remember Beryl. We remember Melissa, the last one, but before Melissa, there was Beryl. Look at this.
Hi, my name is Alvita Knight. I'm the Consul General for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and I'm here in Falmouth.
This is the Consul General for the Bahamas in Jamaica, and she was talking about Beryl and what the Bahamas was doing to assist Jamaicans in getting fresh, clean, pure water from the sea.
My defense force provided water fresh from the sea. They've taken this with their desalination plant, they've taken seawater from the Falmouth Fair, and they've created 10 spigots of water. We're churning out 1,000 gallons of water an hour, and we're asking you to come with your containers, your trucks, whatever it is, to carry your water. It's portable, which means it's drinkable, it's cookable, it's bathable. But please, do not let water waste. We know you need it, we're asking you to come and get it. My little country to your big island. Come and get fresh water. Thank you.
You see that? That was a portable desalination plant. No cost a lot of money. And they had 10 spigots brought in by the Bahamian government. And they said, here's she said, what she said, from our little island to your big country or something like that. And
Yes,
she was come and get water for free. Free. A portable desalination plant. Remember, Beryl, the plant was not there. The plant was brought in within days.
Correct.
And people started drinking water. Why is it?
How long did that take?
How long did that take? How long did it take to get drinking water from the sea? How long? How long? How long? And where's the money that they budgeted for this plant that they're going to build in Ferry? I'm sure it's much less than what this lady, than what the Bahamian government, what it cost them for their portable desalination plant. Whew. But there is something else. There is something else, people. Now, you know me, right? You know I I love to ask the government for things, information. So here's what I did. I went and I asked them, there it is. I asked them, please give me the number of desal plants you have in Jamaica. Please give me the location of these plants. Please tell me when these plants were constructed. When they were constructed, when the construction began and was completed at each plant. Please tell me when these plants were put into operation. Please tell me if you have any other plant that is under construction, upgrade or expansion. And if there are plants under construction, please provide the dates the work was initiated and the anticipated completion date. Look at this. I asked them 24 questions about these plants. 24 questions. Look at the date. Here it is. January 23rd, 2025. Right there.
But
today is June 27, 2026. No answer.
Provost. You asked those 24 questions on January 25.
Right. I'd asked before that too. Let me go back and show the people. Let me show the people the one that I asked previously. Because I think I asked like 4 questions. Okay.
You had what, 30?
Yeah, here's the first one. Here's the first one, right? This one was, oh, you're right. That one was January 7th. Here we go.
Yeah.
There you go. January 7th. Right here. Tuesday, January 7th. And that time, I only asked 4 questions about desal. Give me the number of plants, desal plants in Jamaica, whether they're operating or not, the location, and tell me about the status of the Ferry one at Moses Lake. Those are 3 questions I asked them. Then I went and I asked them 24 questions after that. Here are the 24 questions. Right? Here's 24 questions I asked them. This is the second time I'm asking them. The first time I asked them 3 questions, and about 2 weeks later, about 3 weeks later, I asked them. By then I'd started coming up with a whole bunch of questions, and I've done some research. So I asked them 24 questions. First time 3 questions, 3 weeks later 24 questions. Look at the response. Let's look at the response. Here we are.
You want to look at the acknowledgement first.
Oh, where's the acknowledgement? I don't remember that. I don't remember where it is. But when I asked them, oh yeah, this is the acknowledgement. They said the request is currently, here it is. The request is currently being processed with a view to provide a response. That's what they told me. I can live with that.
What date was that?
Let me go back. Oh, this thing's slow up, Kevin. All right, hold on. Let me move this. All right, the date was... That date was January 24th. A few weeks. Because the first one was about January 5th, thereabouts, and then January 24th. And then they said it's been processed. I said, fine. And then they responded with this. And they responded February 14th. It's my Valentine's Day present. Them give me. And this is the one with the 3 questions, not the one with the 24 questions, right? Look at what they say right here. Here are the 3 questions. Again, number of desal plants, location of the plants, and Tell me what's going on with the Ferry desalination plant at Moses Lake. Those are remember the first 3 questions I asked, and then remember 3 weeks later, I asked 24 questions. So now they're responding to the first 3 questions. This is what they said to me. Regrettably, the Office of the Prime Minister does not have any documentation to satisfy your request. Now, here's why this is interesting. The minister who's in charge of water issues, where does he work out of? Water issues, where are they worked out of? The Office of the Prime Minister. And they're saying, we don't have any documentation about any desalination plant. What does that tell you? Because here's what should happen. If you ask, and those of you who've been a regular on the program, students, you know this. If under the Access to Information Act, when you ask a government entity for information, if they don't have the information, let's say let's say you wrote to the Minister of Housing, and you were asking about education issues. Under the law, the Housing Ministry is supposed to respond to you to say, we don't cover education issues. However, we have forwarded your request to the Education Ministry, and they're supposed to get that email. You're supposed to be cut in on that email so you can see that they actually sent it over to the Ministry of Education. If it goes to a ministry that doesn't have the information, that ministry, not you, that ministry is required by law to find the ministry, locate the ministry that handles your issues, send the information to them, notify you immediately. That's what the law says. So if they didn't have the information, they meaning the Office of the Prime Minister regarding the desalination plan, what they were required to do was to find the office or the entity, ministry, department, agency that has the information and say, look, Mr. Rattigan is asking for this. He's CC'd on this email. Going forward, don't come back to us, just respond to him directly. And guess what? For example, look at this. Look at number 9. I asked them, please provide the official job descriptions from it should be Parliament and cabinet members or parliamentarians and cabinet members that were completed and issued in 2023. We show you that document. Look at the response. This matter is not under the purview of the Office of the Prime Minister. The matter is within the remit of the Houses of Parliament. So they tell you where it is, and they should send it there. But look at this. They didn't do that with this one. Look at that. They just say, we don't have any information to satisfy your request, which we're telling me now that how could you put out a request for tender to build a desal plant and you have no documents? How? How is that possible? You put out a request for people to put bids in to build a desalination plant. And when you're asked, please provide us information regarding this, you say, regrettably, we have no information. People, you see what's going on here. You know why they can't tell me? Because money is involved. And they know that I'm going to smell it and ferret it out. They know I'm going to say, once they give me that thing, I'm going to say, okay, how much money was budgeted for this? And the next question, where did the money go? Because if they say to me it went into the consolidated fund, that's easy. We can find that out. And remember now, you can't keep money beyond the fiscal year. That's why they have a budget, an annual budget. They can't give you money for 2025. You don't spend the money. 2026 rolls around and you say, I'm going to keep it and do something with it the next fiscal year. No, you have to turn that money in. Or turn it out, if you know what I mean. So they didn't do it. And then the one now with 24 questions, they don't even acknowledge that one. We haven't gotten a response from them regarding that. So my question now is to the Prime Minister, because all of this is coming out of his office. And you see people why we've been saying the Prime Minister should not have 18, 19 agencies within his portfolio. You see why? You see why? Because the question that I'm asking him now is, Mr. Prime Minister, where did that money, the money you budgeted for this, where did that money go? If you can't say, well, we didn't get any money, because if you didn't get any money, then why the hell would you go ahead and start inviting bids? You don't do that. But not only that, look at this. 2025 now. Here's another boondoggle. Look at this. See that? Not too long ago, 2025. Look at this. The US government gave them $61 million. Now, I don't know if I think it's 61 million Jamaican dollars. Otherwise, it probably would have said USD. But gave them $61 million to do what? Look at this. Here it is right here. To undertake a study on the impact of reverse osmosis technology on the environment. Now, let me ask you a question. When they put that bid out in 2020, wasn't a study done? When they spoke about this and had money earmarked for this in 2008, wasn't a study done? So why do you need $61 million now in 2025 to undertake a study of reverse osmosis technology on the environment? That was done in 2008. That was done in 2020. And then look at what the...
Hold on. Question. You said this was when?
2025.
Okay.
Let me go back and
reverse osmosis is being used.
It's July 31st, this one, there it is, July 31st, sorry, 2024, there it is.
Okay, so reverse osmosis has been used around the world way before now. Why would Jamaica need to do a test to see how it impacts the environment?
Right. And then, Kev, no, it makes no sense, because remember in 2008, they said, we have the money, we're going to build it. And then in 2020, they said, we've built it. And at the same time, they're saying we're building it, or we've built it. They said, oh, we need the international and local engineers to put bids in to build this thing. A study would have been done before you start doing that. A study would have been done before you start doing that. And that's why they don't want to answer me, because they know I'm going to go back and say, okay, now that you tell me all of this, give me the paperwork for the study. And if you got the study in 2020, then why is it now you're taking $61 million to go do a study on the same thing that you claimed you built already? If you built it already, you have the experience. So it's either you're lying to us that and say you built it and you didn't build it. And if you did that, then where is the money? And where was the study done for you to say that you're going to build it or you have already built it? Where was it? Because all of these things, you have to do the environmental impact study before you do all of these things. So where is the money? Look at this. Look at this. I believe that through this study, we will be able to develop the standards and best practices. Oh, you didn't do it in 2008 and 2020? Eh? And look at this, by ensuring we are able to employ desalination where it's necessary. So you don't have a desalination plant. You don't. Look at what he said. $61 million is a lot for an environmental project. This is the minister saying this. And he said, but Ambassador Perry, we're going to use it efficiently with the standard of governance that we have agreed to as a part of the project. But look at this. But this is incredibly important for Jamaica to bring
all factors.
Yeah, this thing not working right now. Okay. To bring all the factors necessary to make desalination a reality on a national scale. So what happened to, so it was never there then. It was never there.
Well, he put in on a national scale. So the assumption is that it is there on some scale.
Well,
I don't know if it's a fish scale, but it's on some scale.
Well, what's part of there? Here it is. Don't forget this. When we talk about the scale, there it is. Let's go back to that. He said they're going to develop desal plants. This is 2020 for drinking water in coastal cities. And then he says, more specifically, this will begin with the upgrading and expansion of the Ferry desalination project. You can't upgrade and expand something where you don't have. And furthermore, and then we go back and we see where the money was earmarked for this. So where is the money? Where is the money? We want to know where the money there.
So let's pause for a moment, Provost, because a project can be defined as set out from concept to conceptualization, right? So if they're expanding the project, it can be within the space between concept and conceptualization.
Here's a problem you run into though. That was 2020. So why is it in 2024 now? Because remember now, you see, you plan it out already now. Planning means you would have done your environmental impact study. Why is it now in 2024 now you come and say, give us 61 million so we can do the study and figure out how we can build a plant?
It's a part of the project.
And why is it that you have not provided Senor Rattigan with the information under the Access to Information Act concerning these plants? Why?
Getting around to it. We're getting around to it.
I understand.
As a matter of fact, I think I have a round to it in my pocket, you know. Wait, it's not this pocket is in.
Listen, people, I think the point is made. The point has been made.
We'll get around to it.
The point has been made that we need more answers to this vexing question of desalination in Jamaica, because the government has told us that they're going to build it all along the coastline, and we haven't seen one. In 2008, they said, yes, we are almost there to building this plant. 2008, and we have the funding for it. We don't hear anything more. The next time we hear about desal plant is 2020, 12 years later. Now, granted that they were out of power for 5 years, from 2011 to 2016. But then they came back in 2016. And then 2020, 4 years after they returned, they said, yes, we're going to do all of this stuff. We're going to upgrade and expand it. What's that? TIUT? I can't hear you.
It is around to it.
It's around what?
To it.
Oh, to it.
So they're getting around to it. Here
Around
it
to
is.
it. Okay.
Here's around to it.
Well, but here's the thing, Kevin. Even if we accept your explanation and say, well, they were going to expand the project, it didn't mean that they had a project in place. My question is, in 2008, where did the money go? In 2020, where did the money go?
Into the project.
There was no project. There's no project.
Yeah, the conceptualization. We're not at conceptualization yet. We're at concept.
Kevin, we're back to 20. No, we're up to 2024 where it says, give us the money so we can do a study to do the concept. Where's the money? Where's the money there? If they gave the money back, if they tell us, said no, we gave the money. We got the money from the consolidated fund through the consolidated fund, and we returned it. We returned it. And by the way, you know what? It was a loan. It was a loan.
With interest rate?
Let me go back and find it. We're back in two.
And a timeline? Asking for a friend.
No
and
time.
This was a loan from the US?
I think it was from Japan. I'll find it right now. I'll find it.
So many questions.
See right here, it says here, this is 2008, we said, we're the same minister, Chang, we're at a very advanced, listen to this, Kevin. Listen to this. We are at a very advanced stage of planning and implementing a program, which will bring another 5 million gallons of water to the system, which will be shared between the corporate area and St. Catherine, which will include the construction of a desalination plant. So, Kevin, if they were at let me see the date on this. The date on this, Kevin, is 2008. Here it is right here. There's the date. They were at a very advanced. So, Kevin, tell me now, how come 2024 now you're asking for money to go do studies? Here it is right here. Here it is right here. The minister said that he would improve the water supply in St. Catherine, the Ferry water supply. And here it is, here's the key. We are at a very advanced stage of planning and implementing a program. 2008, Kevin. So if you had a very advanced stage of planning in 2008, then how come 2024 you're saying we want money to go do a study to put this thing in place? No, Kevin, man.
So they were advanced in the plan.
Will include construction of a desalination plant at Ferry. This is 2008. Let me see where they're getting the money from, because there's a part here. Let me see. There's a part here where he said where the money was coming from. Oh, here it is. He said that they were concluding negotiations for $95 million US. Didn't say where it was coming from. But
so this is not one from the Inter-American Development Bank.
Yeah, it sounds like a loan. If you're going to negotiate, if it's coming from the consolidated fund, you wouldn't negotiate. You would put that in.
Right, but there was one of these articles where they talked about the Inter-American Development Bank, right?
Right. The IDB, yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is a loan. So, here it is right here. This is a different one. The $55 million right here, that was sourced through a Japanese development loan. I wonder if them pay back that loan there yet.
We have a similar, next sentence.
Yeah, 55. Oh, here it is. That's a different one with the IDB. That's for downtown Kingston.
Downtown one.
In addition, we are currently negotiating and should soon conclude that negotiation for some 9 to 5. So it would appear that it is, if you read the sentences, it looked like it's with the IADB that they're doing it. But it's a loan. It's a loan. People, you see what's going on. And nobody's asking questions. Now, let's turn now, Kevin, to this confusing, vexing issue of immigration in Jamaica. And I want to start out playing this video. One of my favorite comedians. Just happens to be from South Africa, one of my favorite countries. Here he is.
Ability to see or not see an immigrant changes dramatically with your standard of living and how things are going.
Mm-hmm.
I think people really take that for granted.
Yeah.
When you're doing well, when your economy is doing well, when things around you are doing well, you'll be shocked at how you don't notice immigrants. They're sort of silently existing in your world because things are going well, because you don't see them. You don't notice the guy at the corner shop has an accent in that way when you've got enough money and the prices are affordable and your wages have kept up.
Yeah.
You don't notice the immigrant in the hospital bed next to you when you're also getting care. You don't notice. But a system that is failing its people is inevitably going to have its people notice the people who are not, quote unquote, its people. Because they're like, wait, I don't understand. You're saying we don't even have enough for us.
Yeah.
Then why do we have enough for them? And I think of it genuinely through like the most personal lens. When we had food in my house, and my mom was always like, please go give those street kids this food, give that homeless guy this, give that. She did that her whole life. She still does that, right? I remember in my life when we were doing well in the house, like when we had a full fridge, I never noticed it. I would run over giddy to that guy and I'd give him bread and stew and some money. I didn't notice it. It's when my mom opened her purse when it was empty, took out her last 10 Rand note and said, go give it to that guy. And I was like, this woman has lost her goddamn mind. Genuinely.
Yeah.
I mean, I still think she's amazing for like doing that, but I won't lie to you, as a kid, I was like, nah, lady. I was like, that guy there, he should not be getting our money in any way, shape, but we have nothing.
Yeah.
And then she was like, no, you think we have nothing. We don't have nothing yet. He has nothing. We're just doing badly right now.
Professor, give me a take on that, before I put up the next one.
So true. As someone who has worked in that industry where we cater to those that don't have, very true. And there's a little powerful message at the end of it, which is something else. But oh my goodness, how true it is that you don't realize and everything going good. But when things have also been going bad for a long time, you kind of get conditioned to it. So again, you just might miss it because you're used to it being so bad. And you're used to other people benefiting when you can't. That's the other side of the challenge.
Now, let me just tell people that this is a very touchy topic. Because Jamaicans, it's in our DNA to be welcoming, to be warm, to be open. But as Trevor Noah just said, it's fine when everything is fine. But when you have people in Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, Hanover, St. James, still looking up at the skies when they go to sleep. Still looking up at the sky when they go to sleep. A lot of them don't know where the next meal is coming from. And they hear, they don't know, they hear that deportees, foreigners are coming, and they're going to be housed, fed, clothed, and have money. And they're saying, well, what about us? How could the government do this to us? And one of the questions we've been asking is, what is in it for the government? And when I say we, I'm talking about we as a community. We've been asking the government, what are you getting for this? But before we get to that, I want to play another video. We're going to play quite a few videos and do our commentaries. And the videos are not necessarily in any particular order, because we also want to get to who's responsible for this. And I have an interesting story. Well, some interesting information about who's responsible for this. Take a look at this.
In the meantime, the opposition says it notes the inconsistencies in the statements given by the minister.
And by the way, I must forgive me, because we have people listening to the program from all over the world, and they're probably, this is like in the middle, and they're wondering, well, what happened in the beginning? Let me just quickly say that the United States has a program called the Third Country National Program, where they're deporting people from the United States to various countries. And those of you in South Africa, you know about the people who were sent to Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland, including a Jamaican who went there, and he's now back in Jamaica. So the US government has agreements with countries all over the world that, look, we will deport people to your country in transit to wherever they want to go, their home country or wherever. But we have to get rid of them out of our country. Jamaica recently signed an MOU to accept 25 people every 2 weeks. According to the Minister of National Security and Peace, that agreement says if you have more than 10 in a 30-day period, you put a pause on the program. It also says that these people are eligible to apply for, not amnesty, not refugee status. What do you call it? They're asylum. They're eligible to apply for asylum by stating that they cannot go to their home country because of fear of persecution, whether it be race, religion, social affiliation, political affiliation, etc. That they can't go. So they're eligible to say to the Jamaican government, we want to stay here. We want to file for asylum. Their cost the cost to transport them from the United States to these countries are borne by the United States government and the International Organization of Migration. However, in Jamaica, if they decide to file for asylum, payment for attorney's fees, I believe, is silent. Who's going to pay to take them through the legal process? And the minister informed us that if they're unsuccessful in acquiring amnesty status in Jamaica, then Jamaica is now involved in the Third Country National Program, because now Jamaica has to remove them from Jamaica at Jamaican taxpayers' expense. Not the US taxpayers' expense or IOM. No. Next question is, where are you going to send them? If somebody says, I can't go to, for example, I can't go back to Colombia for fear of persecution, where are you going to send them since they cannot stay in Jamaica? Now, a basic rule in immigration law is that if you're going to deport somebody, you send them back from whence they came. So the question is, will the Jamaican government send these people back to America? I dare say, nah, it's not going to happen.
Your girlfriend said it best. That will never happen.
Where is she? Kevin, why you do this to me, man? Yeah. Where's my lovely lady? Where is she? Why do this to me, Kevin, man?
That won't be happening. That will not happen. That will never happen.
There you go. It will not happen. So I just wanted to have our friends, our supporters, our family members in Africa, Asia, the Middle East, the Central South America, wherever you're from. If you don't know about the story, essentially that's the story, that the U.S. government is going to, and we've been told that they've already started sending people. Can't verify it, but we've been told that they've started sending people already to Jamaica. 25 at a time. No, we need to make it clear that there are two programs, people. There are two programs. There is the one that the Prime Minister called, I'll tell you in a second. He calls it the Structured Migration Program. That's a Jamaican program. Structured Migration Program. That's the program with the 10,000, where they're asking for skilled workers to come to Jamaica. And they're saying, we want to bring architects, doctors, nurses, skilled people, because we're almost at full employment in Jamaica, which is not true. The minimum wage in Jamaica is what, 16, 17,000 Jamaican dollars, which is about $100 US. So how is it that you're going to get a nurse from the United States to give up her high-paying job? I don't know, 80,000, 90,000, to come to Jamaica to work for, what, 30,000? And he said that they're going to come and work for 6 months here, and then they're going to go back. It's rubbish, that Structured Migration Program. Then you have the TCN program, which should not be confused with the Structured Migration Program. They're two different programs. Now, you may argue that they're one program, but they're two explanations for the one program. You may argue that wait a minute, it's the TCN program, and because they couldn't explain it, they come up with this other one called the Structured Migration Program. So what we have two programs, but we're going to show you who's responsible for this, and then you can make up your mind as to whether or not it's one program, but with two explanations.
But the structured migration is for people who voluntarily pick up themselves, pay their own way, and come to Jamaica.
Yes. And they're saying, what the Prime Minister said is that we're talking to the Americans and we're telling them, send us some people, and they can work 6 months here and then they can go back to America and work for 6 months. That's rubbish. And that's why I'm saying there are two programs, but in reality, it may just be one program, and the government is trying to come up with two explanations to give you the sense that it's two different programs. We'll get to that in a second. Let's just finish this.
In the meantime, the opposition says it notes the inconsistencies in the statements given by the Minister of National Security, Dr. Horace Chang, when asked who initiated the talks with the United States government for the third country national arrangement. Dr. Chang, during post-cabinet press briefing Wednesday morning, told the country that it was the United States that approached the Jamaican government. He did so again in Parliament a few hours later. But according to a Gleaner article published on Thursday, former ambassador to the United States and Government Minister Audrey Marks reportedly made the proposal via a diplomatic note.
The two positions can't both be true. And I think there is a basis for this matter to be referred to the Privileges Committee of Parliament, so that the question of whether the Minister of National Security lied to Parliament yesterday can be looked into and investigated and dealt with appropriately. And I'm calling for that to be done, because we cannot have a situation where ministers of government in Parliament on their feet answering questions about matters of state are not being scrupulously truthful to the public in Parliament.
No. Before we go any further, the leader of the opposition said he's calling for it. is calling for this matter to go before the Privileges Community, which is a standing Privileges Committee, which is a standing committee in Parliament. Students, the exam is over, but the information should be seared in your cranium. How do you get a matter before a standing committee in Parliament? 1 minute. 1 minute. Please count me down, Professor. How do you get a matter before a standing committee in Parliament? The leader of the opposition said he's calling for it. How do you do it? Stop. Andrea Burke, Gera Medal, Kevin. 77A is absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. 77A says 16 members of parliament can get up and say they want a matter to be referred to any standing committee. And it is going to be done. So why is the leader of the opposition saying, I'm calling for it? He should just get up in parliament with 16 members and say, Speaker, we're referring this matter before the Privileges Committee, which is a standing committee under Rule 77A.
Argument done.
Finished. They had parliament this week and I didn't see a call for that. Andrea Burke, yeah, I didn't see it. Let me see, was quite a few people mentioned it. 16 members, Charmaine, yeah. Raising Parliament, Pamela Brown, that's correct, yeah. Yeah. So that's the first thing. Rule 77A, and you get the matter before a standing committee, including the Ethics Committee and including the Privileges Community. All right, so that's one. Now, so leader of the opposition, if you're listening to us, I know you know, but it's just a reminder that if you want to raise it with them, please refer to Rule 77A and your problem solved. Here we go.
First up this evening, they are not welcomed here. The sentiments of some St. Mary residents who are objecting to the temporary stay of third country nationals in the parish. Janella Precious has the details.
In Grandstown, St. Mary, there's a new topic dominating discussions in the home, places of recreation, and on the streets. TVJ News has learned it is here that some of the third country nationals will reside when they're deported from the United States. Residents are not pleased.
Trump send them go back to their country. Tell Andrew and Chang say their house big enough can't hold them. So then if you put them up, not in St. Mary, especially in Grandstown. Carrying yard big enough.
All right, this is a peaceful community, you understand? So if the deported them come here, we don't know where they come in our district come, do you understand?
Although the National Security Minister has said repeatedly that the third country nationals being sent to Jamaica from the U.S. are not criminals, but asylum seekers whose claims are yet to be determined by the United States, these residents are still uneasy about the strangers who will live among them.
We don't want no murderers. We don't want no rapists. We don't want no pedophiles here. We have enough of our own problems here where we can't control our own people, much as we can control outsiders. If they are skilled workers, that because we need skilled workers here, we will accept some of them.
If it was Jamaicans coming,
yes,
they could come.
Yes, because it's their home.
Yeah, it's their home, but it's not Jamaica. They are not Jamaican. Where them up at the some keep them up there.
The whole 14 parish need to come out and demonstrate on this.
It is unclear when the first batch of 25 third country nationals will arrive in Jamaica and whether they all will be staying in Grantstown. The government has been tight-lipped on the details, with the National Security Minister only stating that the agreement is being finalized. He, however, told Parliament last week that the United States will be funding their stay in Jamaica.
You're supposed to find out from the people them. Same way like how when you want the vote, you go around and you talk to people and you get people this and you get people. When you go bring things like that to the people, them talk to the people them and find out how the people them feel about certain things. You can't just push things on the people them because we have no say. No, we have say. And a full time for Jamaica unite and stand up for what them believe in.
Shadala Precious, TVJ News.
Things are getting curiouser and curiouser. Again, we've been told that some of them are already in Jamaica. Here's another video.
The Third Country Nationals program, anyone who looks it up, you'll see that it is in place in many countries and it is a U.S. initiative. So the U.S. would have come to us on that Third Country Nationals program. Now, there's a conflation of that with a discussion that would have happened with Minister Marks in relation to exploring skilled laborers coming to Jamaica. And as you know, we've been looking at nurses and doctors, for example, coming from the Philippines, also looking at Ghana, looking at other countries, Nigeria also. And so there was a conversation at one point about whether or not there was an opportunity around highly skilled persons. Now, that became conflated with TCN. And there was actually a lot of work, I'm told, that had to go into clarifying between the two countries that TCN is completely different from any kind of skilled workers program. And what would have been looked at is how can we maybe get some more skilled workers? And at the same time, there were discussions around how can we get more of or farm workers and or hotel workers that are going to the US, and we know those programs tend to be oversubscribed. Is there an opportunity for Jamaicans to also be working in the US? So it was a more holistic conversation, but at one point...
People, let me just tell you something. That is pure nonsense she's telling you. That is 100% nonsense. She's telling about they're having discussions with America to have workers come. You remember what President Trump said? He said, we want people from countries like Norway and Denmark and Sweden. We don't want them from any SOL countries, right?
Correct.
And he's not. And if that is the case, then why would they even have to do all of this? If that is the case, and if Ambassador Audra Marks was doing a good job, we wouldn't even be at this point. We wouldn't be here. But this idea that there is one program called structured migration for 10,000 plus whatever minus, and then we have another one called the Third Country National, and so we're conflating them, is nonsense, people. I believe that they were talking about one program. And now they come out and say, well, we have to come up with an explanation for the people. We have to kind of differentiate. But here's the thing. You notice who she said was involved in the negotiation.
Mm-hmm.
She said, the Honorable Audra Marks. The Honorable Audra Marks was promised the job of Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. When? When the current minister applied to become the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. That was the plan, that the Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith would be elevated. She would get that position as Secretary General, and that would create a vacancy, and the vacancy would be filled by this lady, the Honorable Audra Marks. No, that didn't happen. The Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith did not get the position. So Ambassador Audra Marks was in a holding pattern. She ended up returning to Jamaica. And what happened? She was appointed to the Senate. She ran in the election. She won. Prime Minister says, okay, I'm going to put you in charge of the Jamaican Doge. Efficiency. Nothing to do with national security. So the question you have to ask yourself is, where was the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade? Where was the Minister of National Security and Peace? They were noticeably absent. And this lady, former ambassador, you keep the title forever, Ambassador Audrey Marks, MP, Minister, she's the one who did the negotiations. And she was negotiating not in March, Kevin, when she went to Florida, and we'll show that. She was negotiating last year, December. Where? In Jamaica. In Jamaica. The Prime Minister, he appointed her and said, listen, I want you to deal with this issue. I don't want Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. I don't want Minister Chang for whatever reason. I want you. You don't have anything to do with, you don't know anything about national security. You don't know anything at all about law enforcement. But I want you to talk. You don't know anything about immigration, but I want you to represent me and the people of Jamaica. Think about that nonsense. And by the way, freedom, yes, the answer is yes. Let's continue. Let's continue, my people.
It did get conflated with the Third Country Nationals program.
Viewer subscribers, finally, the Jamaican Labour Party gave some clarification surrounding the Third Country National program where them go sign up for. The 10,000 skilled workers who are come to Jamaica, come take over our land. Remember, Horace Strong said they are not criminals. They are ordinary people. And they're going to come in on a tourist visa. And if they should get their stay, they will get their stay. They are not criminals. They are good people. Nice, good, skilled workers. Them are bringing our country. Them never go prison. Them never go jail. Them no have no charge. Them never charge for no crime at all, people. I am telling you, these people are good people who no need to support them. I want to listen what American had to say about these people. Listen up, people. Listen up before we're going to further in the video because, hey, me not depend this with them. Listen up.
We are actively searching for other countries to take people from third countries. So we are actively, not just El Salvador, we are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries. Will you do that as a favor to us? And the further away from America, the better, so they can't come back across the border. I'm not apologetic about it. We are doing that. The president was elected to keep America safe and to get rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and child rapists out of our country.
So Jamaica, I got to tell the Jamaican people that these people that are coming in, they are skilled workers, ordinary people, regular people where I go come and behave themselves in the country. Them not gonna do nobody nothing. The America say them clean. While the American are saying something totally different. The American consider these people as the most dangerous people. The worst people upon land. The most disgusting people. You are talking about child rapists. You are talking about big people rapists. I don't know what I say. What I mean when I say rapists, right? Because you know we can't call out the word on YouTube. So we have to say rapists. You understand? But spell the word better and you will get what you are trying to get. No, not just child rapists and big people rapists, but pervert. Pervert. Right? These are people where them no want in them country. So you little boy and you little girl. Cause me telling you, them people here, them are pervert. Them not just touch little girl alone, but them touch little boy as well. You understand? So you have to put up a little girl and a little boy right now. As a labor rights supporters, I want to ask you this. Does this sound good for your country? Because more than not ask the regular Jamaican. Me I go ask the one that we are foreigner, the labor right them. Because them seems to be a foreigner come to Jamaica. This look good in your eyesight. It look good for say 10,000 high profile rapists or grapists or what you don't call them. Come to your country. Come hold space and I watch your little daughter. Let me know. But this is not about just the rapists them alone. As me say, the United States has confirmed that these people are some of the most dangerous people on land. And they want them to go as far away as possible from the United States. Them no want them nowhere near the United States people. Them no want them nowhere near the United States. Them want them go far. So why Jamaica decide to go up there, go sign up for it? Why Jamaica decide to go up there, go sign up for it? Jamaica is a national disgrace. Not Jamaica, but the leaders of Jamaica, they are a national disgrace. People are now have to stand up, you know. It's either now or never. Die for something or die for nothing. It's either now or never. I don't know, expect me alone to go there, you know, because me alone and go out there, so you better try organize and make it all we go. You better try organize and make it all we go, because someone will kick you back and say, so why you never start it? Move your sour self and get up and come on. How you take this thing for?
Let me stop it right there and put up this. There it is. Kevin, you can big up this to me. You say we have to go out there and Kevin gone. All right. There it is. Stand for Jamaica, June 30th. Tuesday, June 30th, 2026. At 7 a.m. The venue, Crossroads, Kingston. The parking is Carib Cinema. They have 2 lots. And the dress code is wear the yellow of our flag if you can. Why are we standing? 1, the deportation deal. Say no to Jamaica as a foreign deportation holding pen. 2, Hurricane Melissa funds. Big that up for me, for everybody, Kevin, please. Okay, thanks. There it is. Demand transparent use of 1.44 billion in audited relief donations and accountability. Remove public officials recommended for criminal prosecution by the Integrity Commission. You know what that means? When you say remove public officials recommended for criminal prosecution, you're talking also about the Prime Minister, because he's been recommended for prosecution for 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 statutory declarations providing false information. So Jamaica belongs to the people. Let us stand up for it together. No one is above the law. So there it is, folks. If you're there, meaning if you're in Jamaica, it's Tuesday, June 30th at 7 a.m. Crossroads, Kingston. There's parking available. And the dress code is wear the yellow of our flag if you can. And the 3 reasons for being out there on Tuesday is 1, the deportation deal, what we're talking about right now. 2, Hurricane Melissa funds. We want to know where the money went, or where the money is. And 3, accountability. If the Integrity Commission has recommended you for criminal prosecution, then you should step aside. And I guess they're referring to Minister Wheatley, but by extension, they're also referring to the Prime Minister because he was recommended for prosecution. And for those of you who say, well, you know, the corruption prosecutor decided not to prosecute, it tells me that you haven't read, because the corruption prosecutor only discharged her duties regarding the Nova Scotia accounts. There are 4 accounts that he did not report. Only those 4 accounts. She did not render an opinion concerning the other aspects of filing false information. She did not. So, and she didn't render an opinion on illicit enrichment either. Let's be clear about that. All right. So, let me just get back a little bit, Kevin, and then, Kevin, we have to show Ambassador Audrey Marks, we have to show when she was negotiating in December, and you have the picture of her stylish as she is, at the airport saying she's going to Florida, and then we need the agreement that somebody signed on behalf of the government of Jamaica. And we need to show the people what was discussed. So while you're doing that, let me just put this gentleman back on.
I have to stop this now. Me picnic them life is at stake right now, at risk. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Blessed day to my viewers and my subscribers them. Me hope everybody having a blessed and a wonderful day. Now my viewers and my subscribers, remember, in everything you do, always put God first. In every and any situation, just always remember to call upon God. Always remember to pray, because a prayer day keep the devil away. Now my viewers and my subscribers, we have a lot coming up inside this update. So remember, watch the video until the end. And remember, like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. Subscribe as skilled workers, we are child molester. Skilled workers, we are child rapists. Skilled workers, you walk up and down with pie and rob you out of your hard-earning money. Those are the type of skilled workers that the government are bringing back to Jamaica. And I know me say so. As you're hearing at the start of the video, at the labor right woman say so. And never me. So if you don't hear what she say, me I go make your ear again. So listen to this again.
So the Third Country Nationals program, anyone who looks it up, you'll see that it is in place in many countries and it is a U.S. initiative. So the U.S. would have come to us on that Third Country Nationals program. Now, there's a conflation of that with a discussion that would have happened with Minister Marks in relation to exploring skilled laborers coming to Jamaica. And as you know, we've been looking at nurses and doctors, for example, coming from the Philippines, also looking at Ghana, looking at other countries, Nigeria also. And so there was a conversation at one point about whether or not there was an opportunity around highly skilled persons. Now, that became conflated with TCN. And
that is enough proof to prove to you all that these people are chicken. Them go overseas if you go creep up the criminal them. Them go sign up for bring in people for come analyze in our own country. So all wicked terrorists, them go for overseas. If come back and tell you say, a skilled workers them go for. When them know to themselves say, a criminal, rapist, molester, all pervert, all gun boy and gun girl, corner boy, corner girl, hoodlum, had that then go for Kabaka Jamaica. And they'll tell you say, a skilled workers. But God make the information leak out there. And then bam, we want to find out, say the worst set of people them pan God land come here. The worst set of people them pan God land come here. So guess what? We start put on some iron door upon our house, you know. We start put on iron window upon our house, you know. And who no have a solid man in our life, we no go get one in the car. We want somebody to defend on you know. Me I tell you, you know. Me I tell you, you know. Hey, me I tell you, say Jamaica done to rot it, you know, people. Jamaica done, you know. Because of this big nose idiot government we have, you know. We love money more than anything else, you know, man. The man sell out Jamaica for nothing at all. But no, sir. The love of money is the root of all evil, whether you want to hear it or not.
So I personally think that this government has completely lost the plot.
All right. Let me move that. Laps coach, big up yourself, big up yourself. Laps coach, folks. Him give me a message to give the Prime Minister. And him say the Prime Minister should have paint a certain part-time facial feature. Yeah, facial feature red. Because him said that would have been more fitting. And I said this, I don't say this with any disrespect. I just said this because he wanted me to convey a message. And I think the message is a sound one, because it is true. It is true that what we have right now is, for all intents and purposes, a clownish government. And when I say a clownish government, because when you have all of these things going on, all of these, they're not mistakes, people. They're not mistakes. These are deliberate actions taken by government officials without any consultation with the people. They're just doing this. And we have square pegs trying to fit into round holes. So Laps Coochie said, please, Mr. Rattigan, I want you to put out a message that the Prime Minister is supposed to paint a certain part of his face red so that him could actually represent a clown, because when you have a clown, you have a circus. And he said this government is a circus government. Laps Coochie said that. But you know what? But the thing about it is that we can't run from what Laps Coochie said, because, you know, and it's not disrespectful, people. Look at what is going on in Jamaica. Now, think about it. If the Prime Minister just come to the people and say, listen, here is something that's going on, and we think we should be a part of it, blah, 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 and consult with the people, I think the reaction would be different. He would have gotten a yes or a no. Because this one, people not going to say maybe. They're going to get a yes or a no, and then you act accordingly. But guess what happened? He cannot do that when he's dealing with the United States. He cannot. He cannot. When the United States says, jump to the Jamaican political class, they say, how high? And guess what? That's the way it should be. When you have power and you wield it, people must respond accordingly. That's the way it should be from the American side. What should it be on the Jamaican side? On the American side, Might is right. You have the power and you say, listen, we control your economy, we control this, we control that. And when we want this to be done, you better do it. On the Jamaican side now, what should the Jamaicans do? What should they do? The very first thing that the Jamaican government should have done was to approach the people. That's the very first thing. But here's the thing now. You see, the American government, they've been doing this for quite a while. And they know the nincompoops. They know the people that they can talk to who would really make a strong and strenuous argument, a convincing argument, and would come to the table with some chips. And they know the people who are just flat out idiots, that they don't know what the issues are. And so you can just tell them and just have them do it. They don't know how to push back. And especially, you can't push back when people have secrets for you. You cannot push back, especially if you're looking at jail, prison. You can't push back. But at least come to the people and try and make an argument. But like somebody said to me, right now the Jamaican government is between a rock and a rocker. They have no idea what to do at this point, people. They're confused. Believe me, they don't know what to do. Then you have the person who's being considered to, by now they may have voted for her to be the new the U.S. ambassador to Jamaica. She has made it abundantly clear that, look, I'm coming after scammers and I'm coming after the Jamaican government because China has no place in Jamaica. They have to get rid of the Chinese. And how are they going to get rid of the Chinese when the Chinese, they have firmly embedded themselves into the fabric of Jamaica? How are you going to get rid of them? You can't. But you see, when people have the secrets, like that. Now, let me show you this lady here. You hear them talk about Audrey Marks. Audrey Marks is, in my estimation, the worst that I'm aware of. Jamaican ambassador to the United States. Useless. This is a lady who asked the diaspora to write to the State Department and to speak to our representatives to have them do something about the travel advisory. because she couldn't do it. She couldn't do it. Useless. Useless. But one of the Prime Minister's closest confidants, she's very close to him. Syria. Syria. Useless. And those in the diaspora were honest. And we're not talking about our friend them where I kiss up to her and I look likes. We're not talking about those people. We're talking about people who are independent, people who can think for themselves, people who are not looking anything, but people who have the knowledge of how she operated when she was here as ambassador. If they're honest, they'll tell you that she did not do Jamaica well. She did not represent Jamaica well. She did not. Truth be told. But this is a lady who's close to the Prime Minister. She's a lady who just got back her old business, Paymaster. She has it now. And again, you know, people don't know how I feel about people in Parliament working. The only work they should be doing is for the people, not for themselves. But she have Paymaster. And it's so interesting that she get Paymaster just as what? Nara passed. And now Nara to make payments. It's going to be interesting to see if Paymaster is utilized to make payments to contractors and subcontractors out of Nara's funds. It's going to be interesting. But look at this. When my movies came in and showed them, what the one that was part of December. Wait there. The December one, where she...
That is in the tab.
It's in the tab. It's a video.
Oh, no, man. Just pull that up over.
By the way, remember, while you're looking for that, let me show Marco Rubio.
I was saying pull it up in the videos.
I didn't see it. Hold on a second. Let me just look at this.
Securing our border is dealing with the people that are in this country unlawfully, many of whom do not want to go back to the country that they originally came from for a variety of reasons. Either we can't send them there or some judge ties us up. And one of the key things we have achieved is now 20 countries have signed third country national agreements, meaning these are safe countries where individuals who refuse to go back to their country of origin can be sent to that country instead. We've gotten 20 countries now around the world who have signed agreements that allow us to deport people to those places. What often happens when you go to the person who's here unlawfully and say, we're going to send you to this third country, is all of a sudden they decide they'd rather go back to their home country instead. So it gives the ability to enforce all laws, and we work very closely with the Department of Homeland Security on that front.
Well, let's cross
All right, let me remove this.
stateside now for a minute.
All right, let me while they're looking for that, hold on, let me show something else. Let me show something else.
Hello and welcome. Let's begin with our top story. The US is quietly paying millions of dollars to move migrants out of the country.
All right. Let me just stop it right there. So I kept look for the other thing. You hear that? So people have been asking, why is it that Jamaica is involved in this? What is it? What is in the agreement for Jamaica? Why are they doing this? And we haven't gotten an answer. And like I said, look, honesty, I think, is paramount in importance. Tell the people what's going on. Tell them. People will go with you, you know. People will go with you. Sometimes you look at something and say, but this is, you know, I may look at that and say, this is terrible. But people will say, no, we're going to go with the Prime Minister. We trust his judgment. Come out and say, listen, went to the US government, and this is why we did it, and come up with a plausible reason. Tell people why. And if it makes sense, people are going to follow you. But when you don't tell people and the information leaks out, and then we have a dip note coming from the US Embassy that somehow the gleaner found out about a dip note, and a dip note generally does not go from an embassy to a third party. A dip note is an official communication between governments. So some leakage going on right there. So, but be that as it may, they put out this thing, this thing saying, no. The Jamaican government started this conversation. And that's why that brings us right back to this lady, Audrey Marks. How did she get involved? You find it, Kevin?
Hold on.
It is right here. This one. Yep. Yeah. And then there's another one right here.
No, let's drop it in.
All right.
I think one is longer. Yeah, one is 14 minutes and one is just 16 seconds.
Put two of them inside there.
Huh?
Put the two of them inside.
You can
drop them?
Yeah. Just double click. Just double click it.
Just double click right here? Right here?
Each of them. Mm-hmm.
That's one. Give me the second one then.
And let's go back.
And then we need the on her Facebook page where she wrote what exactly took place. We need that.
Yeah, that one we have up in the tab.
Give me the second one. What's the second one? The 14-minute one, right there.
Did you grab it?
No.
Yeah, the Facebook one where she proudly says she arranged up the thing. That one is there in the tab.
Which part is there? Let me drag it down. Where is it?
No, it's in the tabs.
Oh, in the tabs. Where? Audrey Marks.
I can't take out the mouse if I can do this.
No, I'm not
see I'm saying, people. You want to see I'm saying?
Wait there. I'm not see it also.
Go to the tab. Go to the TCN tab.
Okay. Oh, speed.
And it's the Facebook.
Oh, okay. I see it. All right.
10 minutes. This.
All right, hold on. Let me cancel
stay.
this. Hold on. Let me cancel this. Let me put this up. Hold on. No, notice who missing. 2 key people missing right there, so. But hold on there. Look on this. Two key people missing.
But they don't need to be there if she's representing.
All right, look at this. This is Ambassador Audrey Marks. This was in December of last year. This is not March of this year. And anybody who's saying that, well, she did it while she was She had conversations with them while she was ambassador. BS. She left in March of last year. She left more than a year ago. She didn't have that conversation with them then. She had this conversation. Look at the date. Big it up for me there, Kevin. Make so people can see, please.
We have connections, though. You can't take away from our connections.
Okay. See it, people. See the date right here. December 16th. See it right here. 2025, 9:24 a.m. Right. Look at it. Look at what she wrote. It was a pleasure to host. It was a pleasure to host. She was not an invitee. It was a pleasure to host a delegation of senior U.S. government officials led by Mr. Patrick Weaver, senior advisor to the U.S. Secretary of Defense, and Mr. Joseph Humire, acting assistant Secretary of Defense for Homeland Defense and Hemispheric Affairs. The delegation also included Mr. Phil Hegseth, and I'm being told that he's the brother of the current Minister of Defense, or the Minister of War, they call it now, senior advisor to the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security and liaison to the Department of Defense. There's nothing there about efficiency. Prime Minister HOLNESS also joined the meeting and welcomed the delegation to Jamaica. We had productive discussions and agreement on strengthening the USA-Jamaica partnership, regional security, and areas of mutual national interest for expanded cooperation. Nothing to do with efficiency. None of these people. The United States remains one of our nation's earliest and longest standing allies. In the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, their support was critical, including the rapid deployment of helicopter aid and emergency resources. We are grateful for the immediate support of over $22 million in humanitarian assistance, which is playing a vital role in restoring communities, rebuilding lives, and strengthening national resilience across Jamaica. So there's nothing there about efficiency. And look at the people that she's meeting with. Patrick Weaver, senior advisor to the Secretary of Defense. Joseph Humire, acting assistant Secretary for Defense for Homeland Defense and Hemispheric Affairs. Phil Hegseth, senior advisor to the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security and liaison to the Department of Defense. Nothing inside here. Well on, Kevin. Let me show the people in there which part for our portfolio there. Oh, wait there. Let me see this. Oh, look on one here. Thank you, Kevin. Big up yourself. Look at this one here. This is from we just heard from Audrey Marks. Now here it is coming from the U.S. Embassy. It says, senior advisor to the Secretary of War, Patrick Weaver. The same thing they're describing. Look at this. We met in Kingston yesterday with Prime Minister Andrew Holness, Ambassador Audrey Marks, and Permanent Secretary Rocky Mead. They held constructive discussions on strengthening U.S.-Jamaica security and defense cooperation and deepening our broader bilateral partnership. That is, two people should be there. The Minister of National Security and Peace and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Them not there. See there? This in December this meeting took place.
Not even in the building.
Right? No. I hope this meeting didn't take place down in, I'm sure this meeting didn't take place down in Foreign Affairs Ministry.
Chinese building?
The building built by the Chinese. I'm sure they didn't have, if this meeting took place there would not have been any really serious discussions. No. No. Let me go back into all right, see here. No, this is the Senate. No, I don't want that one here. Want the one. Other one here. Speed. This is the one where she in charge, I know. Speed. This is her thing. It's her thing. Modernize Jamaican services and make doing business in Jamaica more efficient. This is her thing. This is her thing, to work across programs and work across ministries, departments, and agencies to make things more efficient. She should not be in a meeting with them talk about Homeland Security activities. No, she should not be there. But hold on a second now, Kevin. There is something else here. See if you can find when them appoint her, when she was appointed to it, so we can show the people what is her responsibility. So what we're telling you people is that this is 100% foolishness. She was there, and oh, Kevin, sorry for bother you. The document that was signed at that meeting in March. We'll show our
Now you have me asking questions. Which one of them then?
the document that she signed when she went to the meeting in March. We had it up last week. People, you can't make up these things. You cannot make these things up. No matter how.
The list. Go down to the end of the list.
The bottom of the list?
Yeah.
No, that's
the full list, not just TCN, the full list.
Yeah. The last picture there is her. Is her sitting.
Yeah,
oh, let me show you another. Let me show you something. All of you asking why? What is in it for Jamaica? There it is. This came from the Senate, U.S. Senate. Let me show you where it came from. Here it is. Congress of the U.S., April 7, 2026. Look at this, what it says right here. They're talking about this TCN program. And look at this. See that? Negotiating with foreign governments besides financial support. There it is right there. The administration has reportedly offered other types of support or relief to countries that have agreed to receive third country removals. So we know it's not free. So the Prime Minister must come and tell the people, what is it that you negotiated? What is Jamaica getting out of this? Just tell the people. That's all. Just tell the people. You know, find the agreement. Marks. Hold on a second. Yeah, the stuff. Anyway, let me pull up something else because time is flying.
Yep.
Let me just move a couple of these things. Don't make them fool you, people. Do not let them fool you and tell you this nonsense. All right, let me just play this one out with the Prime Minister because time I'm going to run out power. Wait. Oh, 6:53. I think it was 7:53. All right. So here's just to summarize. Ambassador Marks has no business doing this. The only reason why she did this was because she was appointed, anointed, selected by the Prime Minister to represent Jamaica's interests at these meetings. She has no clue what's going on here. She had no clue when she met with U.S. officials in December, and she had no clue when she met with them. When she met with them in December in Kingston, no clue. And when she met with them in Florida in March of this year, still no clue. Those two meetings are where these things were discussed. Those two meetings where they start discussing this thing about TCN and then this conflation is a conflation of the government because they cannot explain it. So they have to come up with something and say, oh, it's 10,000 and it's skilled workers. And then we have the TCN 25 per. Nonsense. No, well, oh, here, no, that's not it. No, that's not it. I thought that was it. There's a letter.
Oh, that's too old.
Hold on there. Transforming Jamaica. Go back to Transforming Jamaica. With Audrey Marks. Where is it?
You're going too far.
No, secret
there.
account.
That was a video.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because
then you're opening in the wrong place.
And we have the leading tech companies in the world. There's no reason why
All right,
Jamaica,
hold on, people.
all our innovative people should be here struggling at 6,000, 7,000 GDP per capita.
Yeah.
We should be way above this.
Yes. Let me stop this. I'm going to move this over there so now, Papa.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're opening it in the wrong place.
All right.
If that's the one that you want, then we need to add it over here.
All right. You want to add it?
Yeah, it is. It is from.
No, I'm add it.
Okay.
All right. Say it over there so now. All right. Tita, take a look at this, people.
People innovate and they build businesses and they have the leading tech companies in the world. There's no reason why Jamaica, with all our innovative and creative people, should be here struggling at 6,000, 7,000 GDP per capita.
Yeah.
We should be way above this.
Yes.
And I've bought in the vision that we can be much better and we can do much better. And I'll do everything that I can to achieve that goal and leave a legacy for my children and grandchildren to live in a better Jamaica.
All right. So she'll come now to develop the efficiency of Jamaica and I guess the economy. What does that have to do with national security? It has nothing to do with national security. Absolutely nothing. But we are going to finish off now because we have so much time. I have to play back them two tunes there. So what we are going to do is, let me just go back to this quickly and just play the Prime Minister. Where am there? Okay. Breaks of silence, MOU. What's the time on this one? 27 minutes. All right, here we go. And we just comment on this.
I know you're pressed for time and you warned me about time, but we have some big issues to tackle very quickly. And King, are you ready? Yeah? Okay, good.
While the mic is adjusted, I'm pressed for time because I travel today. I go to attend an energy conference in Suriname, and then I have an official visit to Guyana. So I'll be out of country for some time.
How long?
A few days.
Okay.
And therefore, I thought it would be best to address these issues before I leave because, these issues sometimes take unnecessary route.
Mm-hmm. And the first question that Jamaicans want answered, your cabinet minister, former ambassador to the US, Audrey Marks, did she offer Jamaica, would be willing to accept up to 10,000 illegal aliens in America?
Well, I suspect you mean in Jamaica.
In Jamaica.
But absolutely not. I think there is a conflation of two separate programs.
A lie. A lie. Is one program them talk about and them come up with two explanations for the one program because they got caught. They got caught. Listen to this foolishness now. And now we can see why Laps Coochie say what him say. Because it's not just him alone. We have all of them now a rally round. And I said the same thing. Oh, it's a conflation. It's a conflation. No. It's not a conflation. It's you trying to come up with two explanations for one program. That's the problem. Because this program we talk about, you hear him talk about it called the Structured Migration Program. Nobody never hear about that yet. Nobody hear about that. Even the Americans never hear about this one yet. We want to make it up as him go along. As producer Jones, that's him, I wing it.
One program which we know about now, which is the Third Country National Program, which by now possibly about 30 countries would have had. Last check it was about 28 would have had. Jamaica signed recently, so we would be one of them. And I believe Minister Dana Morris Dixon would have explained the program very well, that it is 25 per fortnight. If 10 decide to stay, then that breaks the program. Program comes to a halt. That the International Organization for Migration will assist in managing the program. The details, the logistics have not yet been worked out. And so the
people, you see, Matt, look, him say 25 come and 10 decide to stay, it halts the program. No. It's 50 that will come in a 30-day period. It's 50. And then if 10 decide to stay, then them halt the program. If 10 or more decide to stay, which is quite possible, because here's something that has developed since this interview. Yesterday, the United States Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, sided with the government and said that the TSP, the temporary program that benefited nationals from a variety of countries, including Syria, Haiti, Venezuela,
Cuba,
over 1 million people, that they no longer have status. They're removing the status from them. So now they have over 1 million people that they have to deport. Some of these people I suspect have criminal histories. Some of them don't. But they're going to have to find place now to move out this million. And Jamaica is ripe for the picking. Ripe for the picking. But Jamaica is now claiming that it's 25 and 25 every 2 weeks. And if we have, and by the end of the 30-day period, we have to get rid of 40 of them. Because if we have our 41, because if we have 10 or more, then the program will come to a halt. Don't make them fool you people. If the U.S. government says, listen, you are going to change that 25 to 250, Jamaica will have to say yes. The Prime Minister is going to say yes. The U.S. calls the shots because our Prime Minister is under a cloud. He's under a cloud. He cannot stand and calling the shots against the U.S. government. How dare he? No, hell no. No way, no how. So don't let them trick you.
Operational details are still being negotiated.
So how did that issue of
right,
Minister Marks
so let me quickly,
making it into
let me quickly
a
explain,
diplomatic note?
Let me quickly explain. When Minister Marks was ambassador to the United States, one of her jobs would have been to advise the government of likely changes in foreign policy and how those changes would impact Jamaica. In parallel to that, Jamaica.
Hold on. Then how come she never advised you until you said they may go up with the travel advisory?
Travel advisory.
Yeah, how come that caught you by surprise? That caught everybody, including the Ambassador Audrey Marks, by surprise. Now when they said she would have, one of her job would have been too. She didn't execute. And yet still you have so much faith and confidence in this woman.
I was going through some changes ourselves. We, for the first time in our history, reached what economists call full employment.
Full employment with minimum wage people.
And we're practically at full employment. The last figure is 3.6% unemployed. 50,000 Jamaicans.
And I notice him not say lowest in the history now because he might listen to us and now we corrected him. Tell him said, no, the lowest since January 2024, not the lowest in history because the methodology changed in January 2024. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Are unemployed, but within that are persons seeking jobs, persons who have changed jobs, structural unemployment, some of it. Now, we have had to be figuring out what do we do when we get to 2%.
That's a bogus question. You should have said, what do we do with 2%, with most of them being getting $16,000 or $17,000 a month, a week? That's the question. when they talk about almost full employment and what do we do when we get to 2%. And don't forget, if you work 1 hour in a 3, if you work 1 hour during the reference week, when they come around and ask questions, then you're considered fully employed for the entire 3-month period.
Unemployment. We hear the calls coming in from construction, quick services, data sciences, engineering. We just don't have the skills. So we have.
Think about this, people. Companies have vacancies, and they go to the government to say, go overseas and find people to come and fill our vacancies. What could I go so? If companies have vacancies, company go out and what them doing, them get a headhunter and get them own people for do the searching and find the person and bring the person to Jamaica.
They post jobs on job sites.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Man, it's just, come on, Mr. Prime Minister. Lab Scooter right, maybe you should have put the red show.
To think way in advance, how do we treat with this when we get to that point? So the issue of the U.S. changing policy to limit Jamaican migration sparked us to start to think, you know what?
That's people, don't make him fool about the U.S. government limit Jamaican migration. It was a global policy. It's not just Jamaica affected by it. He's trying to make it seem like the U.S. government singled out Jamaica and said, no, we're going to limit migration in Jamaica. And so now Jamaica has to come up with some way, shape, fashion to address shortage of skilled workers in Jamaica. It's nonsense, nothing like that.
We need to have a structured migration program,
there?
Which is quite separate from the third country national program, which uses Jamaica as a transit point. So this is not even...
People, another thing to note, this structured migration policy, it's a half-baked idea. You don't take half-baked idea to diplomats. You make it fully baked within your constituency, within your parliament, within your cabinet. You make it fully baked so that when you approach them, you have a policy. And here's another thing. How do you approach foreign nationals with a policy, foreign governments with a policy? You do it through diplomatic notes. You go to the embassy. You know, go to sidebar and meet with no people and come up with all kinds of nonsense. Because, you know, when you do that, what's likely to happen? The reporting. And remember, there's an issue as to who raised what with whom first. When you do things through diplomatic channels, meaning a dip note, you have a record of it. You can always follow up with it. But when meaning that you send the dip note and you say, listen, we have a policy, we want to engage you regarding this. And then we would love to have a meeting with you. You have the meeting, and then guess what you do right after the meeting? You document it, and you send another dip note, essentially memorializing the conversation you had so that if there are any issues, somebody can come back and say, oh, no, that's not what we meant. That's how it's done. But when you have rank amateurs like these people, this is what is going to happen.
A policy, it is just the government thinking in advance.
So that is what Ambassador Minister Marks would have shared with the Americans?
I think she would have shared with them a strategy of structured migration.
No, Mr. Prime Minister. Not you think she would have shared with them. What did the cabinet instruct her to do? What were her instructions for these meetings? She can't go there and start willy-nilly come up with policy and come up with strategies on her own. And remember what was said at the post-cap briefing by Minister Dana Morris-Dixon. She said, my brother, tune in, my brother, I'm alive. Tune in. No, she said, what did she say? She said it was a cabinet decision. She said it was a cabinet decision. So the question is, what did the cabinet instruct her to say? So you can't say she would have said this, and I think, no, Mr. Prime Minister. We're not idiots around here. Listen, let me tell you something, Mr. Prime Minister. When you're talking to us, please don't ever think of us in these terms.
Oh my God. Dark and they're stupid. They are dunce Oh my God.
Dark and they're stupid.
Not us, not us, not us, not us, not us.
Jamaicans could get to go to the United States because my understanding of it is that Minister Marks attended an event in the United States on my behalf, an event sponsored by, I believe it was the Shield of the Americas, if I'm not mistaken. And she attended on my behalf, and she would have suggested that Jamaica is considering a structured migration program.
No, my people. Remember when said in at the beginning, you know, that when she was ambassador, she did this, you know. No, you hear him say? When she was attending Shield of America, which was March of this year, she was not ambassador. She had demitted that post 1 year prior. So, Mr. Prime Minister, when did she have these discussions with them? When it was, because I tell you what, people, if she had this discussion with them anytime before March of 2025, it wouldn't take 1 year for them to come back and revisit that issue. It wouldn't take 1 year. You know why? Because we have an ambassador who replaced her in Washington, Ambassador Anthony Anderson. He would have picked up the ball and carried on with Homeland Security, Department of State, whomever. They wouldn't wait 1 full year to say, okay, let's raise it, or wait until December the following year, or December of that year, to pick up the conversation. No, him can't tell people them foolishness. Him can't tell us around here. Cannot tell us that foolishness.
And I believe that may have been taken and rolled up and conflated. So I suspect what was in the media is that...
You mean may have been taken? There's a diplomatic note to this effect, sir. And not only that, what did Ambassador Audrey Marks, what was her after action report? Did she submit one to say, I met with this and that, and we discussed this and that, and blah, 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 blah. And did she put that in a deep note and send to confirm the conversation through State Department, through the embassy to State? Did she do that? Rank amateurs.
Diplomatic note asking, are we considering this? And we responded, we're not considering it in the sense of the TCN, the third country national. What we are thinking about is slightly different. So let me just say...
Make we see it. Make we see the dip note. Make we see the dip note or the MOU. Make we see it.
Right.
We don't trust you, Mr. Brand. Let's see the dip note or the MOU. And the reason why I'm asking for it is because your Minister of National Security and Peace says that the MOU is a public document and therefore there is no reason why the public cannot get a copy of it. Please release it.
Explain that. So right now, we are looking at structured migration programs. We have examples of a structured migration program. We have the farm workers and we have the hotel workers.
Those are not structured. You want to make this up. You're making this up. Not structured farm work. No, it's not. It's not. The farm workers program is a farm workers program. It has been in existence long before you were born, sir. Right? And that is a chance for Jamaicans to go overseas and work and make a little money. Sometimes, you know, under subhuman conditions, and then them come back, chill out for a while, and then go back. That's not structured migration. The one that you're talking about is something completely different. The one about hotel hospitality workers, they're going overseas and getting training to come back to Jamaica. That's work. It's a worker training program. That's something completely different than the one you are trying to concoct right now. It's different.
The unstructured programs, people come here almost every year to recruit our teachers and our nurses, creates a real dislocation in our operations.
Because you're not paying them well enough, that's why.
What if we were able to structure this even more? So we could say to the United States or to whichever other country, all right, if you want to recruit our teachers, well, come to us, assist us with our training. You could take them for half of the year and they can come back. Or you could take them for a year and they come back. It is a structured arrangement. Right now, we are pursuing structured arrangements with Ghana and Nigeria and India.
No, Mr. Prime Minister. There's a difference between structured arrangement and contracts. You are conflating it because now you're saying that you want to do it with governments, but these things that you're talking, they're done with individuals. They're done with individuals. Those are not. No, Mr. Prime Minister. No. Easy with the LIES. Easy with them. Easy.
And I believe the Philippines for nurses.
And why? Because we did not pay our nurses well enough. We did not pay our teachers. You, Mr. Prime Minister, spearheaded a bill so that parliamentarians would get 200+% increase. And what did you negotiate with the hard-working, dedicated, trusted civil servants? 20%. So how do you expect them to stay here when they've been offered lucrative contracts elsewhere?
We have had a structured migration program with Cuba, where we have had the Cuban doctors for many years and
All right.
nurses.
So tell me, Mr. Prime Minister.
So we are looking to expand that structured migration program. So Jamaicans can go, foreigners can come, but we are not at that point yet.
Okay.
Yes.
But given the recent history of memoranda of understanding with the United States, why did your administration allow this thing to be made known to the public via a leak in a newspaper?
Well, Cliff, examine your own statement. Why would we leak? In other words,
let me put it the other way then. Why didn't you come to the Jamaican people and tell the Jamaican people early in the day that this is what we are considering?
So let's just be clear on this. And I'm very happy you asked the question, because there is a notion that Jamaicans believe that all negotiations happen in public.
No.
And that is not the case, especially with bilateral negotiations. They take place as two independent diplomatic relations, two independent countries pursuing diplomatic relations, and they discuss back and forth, emails, diplomatic notes, until you come to the final document. And once the final document is done and signed, usually within the document, there is the process by which it is made public. Some documents, the parties agree that this is protected under their Secrecy Act, so it can't be released. Others, they say, with the advice or the consent, this is released. The TCN, obviously, we would have had to come to the public and say, this is what we're doing. Unfortunately, it was, as you said, leaked and conflated with a program that is just the government thinking way in advance so that when a crisis reaches us, right, we know what we're going to do. Now, just to be clear,
Hold on a second. Let me see if I get this right. He just said we're thinking way in advance so that when a crisis reaches us, we know what to do. Well, wait a minute. The teacher crisis. About what? The teacher crisis started a few years ago. The doctor crisis not a few years ago. The police crisis not a few years ago. The nurse crisis not a few years ago. So why is it so now that what he's saying is that we never have a crisis with them. We never have a crisis because he said we're doing this in advance so that when we have a crisis, then we know what to deal with it. So everything, all of you nurses, all of you civil servants who toiled in Jamaica for years, and you finally got a chance to leave. Here, the Prime Minister said that the reason for your departure was not a crisis because they're planning for a crisis to come. He said, when we get to it, we'll deal with it. Goodness gracious.
I've been speaking about this for months, for years. And every time I've spoken about the need to bring labor into the country, I have always said, we are not at the stage where we will import labor. And before we think about importing any labor, we must get the Jamaicans, the 50,000 who are unemployed, those who are unemployed, and the 300,000 that have not put themselves in the labor force, we must bring them in. I have been on record with.
You hear that? That's why I'm telling you people to listen carefully and listen often. When the conversation started, you hear them talk about 50,000 people. When them talk about the unemployment, you hear them say no? 300 and something thousand people him say have not made themselves available to work. Those are unemployed people, for the most part, given up. They've given up looking for work. They've given up looking for work for a variety of reasons. So it's almost 400,000 people. Add the 50 to the 300 and something thousand. That's 400,000 people not working, who should be working. And then him come and say, when just say, Kevin, not too long ago, the economy said that we're at full employment. We're almost at full employment. Yeah. We're at full employment and we have 400 and something thousand people not working. People, please, me I beg on you, pay attention. Pay attention, pay attention.
Martin, that's a me pen, me a mat. I'm a pen. Above the.
There's an argument, Mr. PM,
yes,
that somehow your administration had been not forthcoming, not quick enough to agree to a TCN, unlike your other colleague countries in the Caribbean.
Cliff.
And this was part of an effort
Cliff,
to force your hand.
Cliff, can you blame...
Is there any credence to that? Like this was done to force your hand.
Well, I'm going to address that question, but your first assertion that we were slow. We were very deliberate in what we do. We considered carefully because we understand the Jamaican public, the Jamaican psyche, and how Miss Matty in...
So how you never talk to Miss Matty then? You understand Miss Matty? Well, if you understand Miss Matty, then I think you misunderstand Miss Matty because Miss Matty is now complaining about this TCN. So how you're saying, correct. No, you know, we weren't slow because we understand the Jamaican psyche, we understand Miss Matty and we understand this, but you never talk to Miss Matty because you know why? You were acting under the presumption that we can do it for them. They are not thinkers. We will think for them. And now that people are thinking and coming at you, you come up with all kinds of nonsense and stupid explanations that Miss Matty and Miss Matty's son and our grandson and our generation, all them can't see through it. And she said, what you're saying is disingenuous. In other words, you're lying.
Northeast Manchester is going to view it as if, you know, the US is coming to dump unwanted persons in our country to create a problem for us.
That's what's happening.
The issue is far more than that and deeper than that, and nobody's looking to dump. Nobody's looking to create a problem. Now, was our hands forced? Were we coerced? Absolutely not. And this is what I would wish my Jamaican people to appreciate. You have in me and in my government
a liar,
a prime minister and ministers who stand up for you, who seek to get the best deals for you. And I listen keenly to the response of the leader of the opposition to the TCN program. And I noticed he did not say he wouldn't have done it. I noticed he didn't say we should reject it. He said, well, it's just a pity it had to come out in this way. We should have come to the public before. But as anyone knows, and I've explained before, you can't come until you are finished with all the negotiations. Everything is signed and done. So though we have signed the MOU, it is not yet implemented. It's not complete because the operationalization is not complete. Now, as soon as that is done, then we would have called a press conference. We would have said, this is what it's doing. You believe that we could have done this in secret, a plane land with 25 people. It would be all over the news.
A plane land with over 200 people from Pakistan. You forget that, Mr. Prime Minister, and the radar will give us the plane will come. You remember the plane will land on over Clarendon there, and all of a sudden, contents, passengers, pilots, everybody
disappeared.
And then about 10, 14 days later, Minister of National Security said, oh, the people who were on board, they've left the country. You remember that, Mr. Prime Minister? Jamaica's borders are porous. Uno have no control over the borders. None. Look on the Haitians, them. Haitians have come across on tubes and them a pass $1 million boat what Jamaica put out there with all of the sophisticated radar, and the man them pass them on the inner tube, and when they reach a land, is people on land have to call police and say, hey, we see some people here and them people are not Jamaicans, and I saw them wrap up some of those people. So them wrap up some of those people. All of the money where them spent on the technology, wasted. It's almost as if the people them who are operate them, the vessels them out there asleep. Because the people them, how you can out there on the high seas and you have radar up, above, under, around, and somebody on an inner tube. Them just like a convoy, them just pass you. You out there. Come on, Mr. Prime Minister, you can't fool.
So I find it the panic around it is almost to the point of being ridiculous, honestly. And I see people, forgive me, Cliff, for cutting you off, but I see people WhatsApping me and sending me a message, why would we do this to our country? I said, please sit and think carefully about what you're saying. We're not doing anything that 28 other countries, including within this region, have done. The United States has asked countries that it considers its friends to assist them in managing their immigration challenges. Now, who are we as Jamaicans? Are we part of the global system? Are we a friend of the United States? Are we looking to the United States to assist?
Hold on a second, Mr. Prime Minister. You said you were asked as a friend. The government was asked as a friend. Could you have said no?
You don't tell your friends no. What's wrong with you?
Or could you have said, let me broach this with my people and see what they have to say? Could you have done that?
Assist with things? Do we only assist in exchange for something? Is the relationship always transactional? And these are questions that we have to start to ask ourselves.
Yes, Mr. Prime Minister, because you're not doing it for free. It's transactional. You are getting something out of this deal, and we need to know what it is that you're getting. Look, it might be something that's useful for the Jamaican people, particularly those out in Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Hanover, St. James, Trelawney, Westmoreland. It might be useful for those people, but just let us know. Why the secrecy?
I urge Jamaicans to put away the notion of thinking about our relationships only in the prism of the 70s and 80s. Now is a different time. Jamaica is an independent country.
Here him gone. Here him gone now. If you remember that thing that I said to you earlier, that them say the video we played early, where it says when you ask a question, it's treated like a crime. And when you raise your voice, them call you political. You see where him gone now? Instead of dealing with the issue, him gone back to the 70s and 80s. You see where him want to blame a political party for the position that they're in right now. And he's been operating this government now for 10 years. When will he stop blaming others? I think I got the song said that him love blame people.
Jamaica is a country that is part of a multilateral system. We are using our foreign policy for our economic and social.
Mr. Prime Minister, the difficulty with that,
yes,
about sovereignty, is that you have in the President of the United States of America a man who does not respect sovereignty, a man who it is viewed, yes.
You see how uncomfortable him look a while. You see him lean back when him say, you see why? Him cannot say nothing. He cannot say anything. Let me hear what I go on here.
Is not schooled in the art of diplomacy, a man who's prepared to march into another country and take out a prime minister, and that a president in Maduro. And it is felt, it is being said on the streets of Jamaica that your administration is afraid of him. You're actually,
again,
the term is you are so scared of him that you are ducking certain things and kowtowing to this man, to the Trump administration.
Cliff, let me be clear.
Yeah.
I know. Examine your own statement.
I'm putting to you,
but I'm responding to
and
you.
I'm putting to you the sentiments on the streets that the HOLNESS administration, unlike the Michael Manley administration of the 1970s, who stood up for Jamaica, that you're not prepared to do that.
Cliff, why are you pulling me back into the 70s? I addressed it in Parliament.
I'm contextualizing.
You're contextualizing. But let's be clear. Your previous comment to me was that we took very long to agree. Is that a country kowtowing? Is that a country running at everything that is placed before us? We have been asked to do many things before and we have not. We have made sure it complies with our law, that it suits our political timetable.
Hold on a second then. You remember, Kevin, that there was a big brouhaha about same-sex couple assigned to the embassy, and that
Yes,
they
sir.
came out and said that they're not going to allow it. They're not going to
Yes,
allow
sir.
it. And all of a sudden, that just died. It died because, remember, State Department was saying, no, we are going to send our people. And it just died. And I sent an ATI asking, tell me what happened. Nothing. Nothing. Of course,
They
you're
get the same response as today's ATI.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they're kowtowing. Of course.
That it is in our interest, and it is in the interest of our friends. That's what we do. I'm not about to go on a pedestal of revolutionaryism. I'm not a revolutionary. I've never sought to wear that mantle. The mantle I wear is to protect Jamaica, not on an ideological platform, which all the people who make those comments are ideologue, locked in the 70s. And
you hear that? Hear that? Remember what I said? That when you ask a questions, them treat it like it's a crime you commit when you ask questions, and that when you raise your voice, them call you political. Same thing right here, mother.
But him say him not. Why are you taking him back to the 70s? Where him gone?
See what is in front of them. You know, you talk about the president of the youth.
Let me even ask him about the leakage, you know. Him still not answer the question about the leaks, you know. Him still not answer the
United
question.
States. He may, yes, he is the leading superpower now in the world, without question. But he's not the only.
Hey, whoa, Prime Minister. Whoa, there's a line. Don't cross that line. Don't cross that line. Do not cross that line. The State Department is listening to the interview. Do not cross it. Let me hear if him cross it, Kevin.
Powerful person in the world, as it is now. The notion of a unipolar world, that's gone. We are living now in what is considered to be a multipolar world. And in that...
Listen, Mr. Prime Minister, do you know who can make them statements, eh? The Russians, the Chinese, other people, not you. Not you. You can't make them statements that you wear short pants. Yeah, wear short pants. Yeah, wear short pants. Them people, them have beard, them in a university, and them are carry on. You in a basic school that wear short pants. You can't make them statements there. Take it back. Put some clothes on it. Take it back.
That multipolar world, countries are either competing or cooperating. And Jamaica has to figure out the areas in which it is going to compete and the areas in which it is going to cooperate for its national interest.
No, you do exactly what the U.S. government tells you to do. You don't talk about areas where we cooperate and we compete. Where are you going to compete?
We have nothing. There's no area for us to compete in other than sports.
Sports.
Well, track and field to be specific.
Yeah.
There's nothing for us to be competing in. So we're only left with, and we're not, listen, all we're doing is complying and thinking of competing.
Exactly.
That's about it.
You can tell people say I compete, but when you sit down at that table, I'm telling you, when you sit at that table, Kevin, because I've sat there many, many times over many years, when you sit down at that table, there is clearly a demarcation line between superiors and subordinates. There's a clear distinction. You don't go inside there and then you say, like Jamaica. When them sit down in Jamaica, they must say, Jamaica, would you, we would like to ask you, may I? No, they said, listen, this is what we want. No, let's make it work. It's that simple. This is what we want done. Let's make it work. Let's make it seem like that's the cooperation part. The cooperation is not out of a conversation and then you reach consensus. No. Yes. The cooperation is, Mr. Prime Minister, this is what the president wants. Let's make it work. And him say, yes, okay, all right, let's make it work.
No. Is that today or tomorrow?
Yes, yeah. When do you want it to work, today or tomorrow? That's true. That's true. That's true. Yeah. It's more like, yeah, when does he want us to do it? Yeah, that's it. It's nothing about they come and say, well, do this, and then you push back and say, no, we're not going to do it that way. And then you have a, no. That's between, that conversation is when you have like, you know, the Chinese talking to the US, you know, or the Russians, that's kind of conversation that you will have where they have pushback. And there's no pushback when it comes to Jamaica. It's like, and I'm telling you people, trust me on this is how it works. They sit down across and say, the Prime Minister, Minister of, Madam Minister, the President of the United States would like this to be done. The only question then is, when will it be done? How will it be done? But there is no question as to whether it will be done. That's a foregone conclusion.
Interest. So we have to understand how we position ourselves in a multipolar world. And that, I think Jamaica has exercised its foreign policy in this regard excellently. We have avoided conflicts. We have avoided challenges.
You have no choice because your file. You have no choice.
And we are a country that is considered, which is highly considered, highly reputable, a country that has done extremely well.
Therefore, you must be wondering, how are you going to be dealing with the U.S. Ambassador Designate, Carrie Lake, who told the U.S. Foreign Relations Committee examining her nomination to be the next U.S. Ambassador to Jamaica, that one of her 4 priorities is to ensure that China's growing influence in Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean is halted, and America become once again the preeminent power in Jamaica and the Caribbean.
Again, I do not speak on U.S. strategy and their interests. I speak on Jamaica's strategy and our interests and how we cooperate. China is here. China is working here. But we are a country that believes in a rules-based system, rules-based multilateral system. And the United States, I've listened very keenly to her interview in the U.S. Congress, and she pointed out several areas in which she intends to work with us on. Of course, the hemispheric issue of China, it depends on what the U.S. will do. How are they going to do it? We want to see more U.S. investments in Jamaica. We want to see more U.S. firms come to Jamaica. In a way, it is the interest and absence of the U.S. in the region for a very long time, which has created this problem. So if they're planning to correct it by showing more interest and investing more and assisting more, we welcome that. As I said,
there is no new business coming to Jamaica from the U.S. with all these deportees being sent to Jamaica.
It is a multipolar world, and Jamaica positions itself to be at the crossroads of that multipolar world. Now, she's also said, which we're very much interested in, that she wants to cooperate in security. And we want to cooperate on that as well. She did mention the country was successful in bringing down its murder rate. And we have worked with the United States very closely. Nobody seems to notice, to stem the flow of guns and to deal with the increased amount of drugs that is coming into the region, because as the U.S. closes off the Eastern Caribbean, drug cartels and other nefarious players are seeking to reroute to come this side of the North Caribbean. So we're prepared. We're going to work closely with them.
Prepare for what? Stop. Sure.
She mentioned working closely in terms of commerce and trade, and we definitely will work with the U.S. closely on commerce.
What you don't understand, Mr. Prime Minister, the fine art of diplomacy, and maybe you do, but you're just being disingenuous, because when they say we're going to work with you for commerce and trade and we're going to have investments and all of that, it is contingent on other things happening. It's not, we're just going to come and we're just going to flood the country with investment and we're going to increase trade. No, no, no. It is, we will do these things because you are going to do the following things. It's that simple. It's that. You think if the United States decides today that they're going to, that is going to bring Jamaica to its knees tomorrow, that it won't happen? It is going to happen. You think if they decided that, look, we've had enough of this prime minister, we have enough that we can prosecute him in the Southern District of New York, go in, grab him, just bring him and him can share a cell with Maduro. You think if they decided to do that, that it wouldn't happen? People think all this nonsense he's talking is just pure garbage. You remember what the lady said, Kathleen? She said, uninformed people vote for rubbish politicians. Uninformed people vote for rubbish politicians. And you know what? Speaking of voting for rubbish politicians, we're not even sure if him win the election, you know. Because that case is still at the Court of Appeal. And here is the repercussion of it. If the Court of Appeal and the constituted authority and the election court, if it's decided that the election must be voided, if they decide next month, the month after that, the election must be voided, guess what, people? Immediately, Jamaica does not have a prime minister. Because once it's voided, Andrew Holness, that's what you would call him then, Andrew Holness, because he doesn't have a title. He's not MP. He's not prime minister. Because he's running in the election. So the moment they said we have to do it over, once they do it over, he's stripped of those titles. He's no longer prime minister. So the JLP will then have to come up with a name and provide that to the Governor General. They could easily do that. Come up with a name. And we already know who they want to replace him with. But you see, he's fighting because he doesn't want to be replaced, because he knows if he's replaced, then he doesn't have any power. And people within his own party, they're willing to skewer him. They're willing to have him roast. He knows. So all this fancy talk he's talking, nonsense, he's going to do exactly what he's told to do by the United States because he wants to remain in power. But I want him to remember this. He cannot remain in power forever. He will not remain in power forever. And remember, the United States has interests. My friends. And when you have outlived your usefulness, you will see what God you serve.
Commerce and trade. So I think I'm looking forward to the ambassador coming, but we are very clear. It's a multipolar world, and we want to see more U.S. investment.
Prime Minister, another hot current issue.
Yes.
Dr. Andrew Wheatley, does he still
we'll come back to that
retain your...
We'll come back to that some other time. We have less than 15 minutes. Folks, listen. We try to cram a lot inside here, so in the program, so you could understand what's going on. And it's important for you to understand that everything that you see going on right now is a game that Jamaica has no control over. I'm talking about the TCNs. Jamaica has no control over it. None. They don't. So don't let them tell you nonsense. Do not let them tell you nonsense. They have no control over it. And then the idea that the Prime Minister is going to sit at the table as if he's equal with the United States. And I don't say this, I don't say it as if I'm saying, well, the US must do this or the US, I support the US. But no, I'm just saying to you as a reality. There is no equality among the partners or among the parties. It's not equal. So, like Petro said, when America said jump, Jamaica say, oh, hi. And as I said to you before, that America will come and say the President of the United States wants this done. And the moment he hears that, he's going to say, all right, what can we do to make it? And like Kevin said, well, is it today or tomorrow? When does he want it done? Today or tomorrow? And they might get the answer like yesterday, which means get it done now. Get it done now. So, we don't really want to start the thing with Wheatley, because we don't have enough time. Let me see if we have another one here. No, that's Wheatley. Well, still Andrew Wheatley. Oh, let me see this. Let me see this. Audrey Marks.
This week, we have with us a minister with responsibility for efficiency, innovation, and digital transformation.
No, wanna tell me if this minister, when say Kevin, digital transformation, efficiency, and where first one, or second one, when we go back?
Ambassador Audrey Marks, good morning. Responsibility for efficiency, innovation, and digital transformation.
Yeah. Efficiency, information, and digital transformation. Now, you tell me, people, how does that fit into national security matters? That ministry doesn't. So again, the question that Cliff, you should have asked him when he had him was that, Mr. Prime Minister, why is it that you would take the person in charge of the Jamaican Doge and have her go negotiate with the Americans, not once, twice, in December in Kingston and in March in Florida, about high-level national security issues when you have an ambassador, you have a minister of foreign affairs and foreign trade, and you have a minister of national security and peace. Why is it that she would be representing you at those meetings? Something right.
Ambassador Audrey Marks, good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Cliff. How are you?
I'm good, and you?
I am well, thank you.
First thing, tell us what your ministry is about. What is the mandate? It's a new ministry, yes? Tell us what is the mandate, what is it here to deliver?
So we went through a period where our focus was on stabilization. It was all about getting our fiscal house in order. That involved quite a bit of contraction of the economy in terms of just making sure we get out of the debt trap we were in and the cycle that we were in at the time. So we did that for just about 8 years. And you'll recall back in November 2024, the Prime Minister stated it's now time to pivot to growth. An essential...
Ambassador Marks, please, this foolishness about growth, the Prime Minister did that back in 2016. You remember when he said, I'm not going to form any new ministry? In fact, he said, we're going to contract ministries. We want fewer ministries, not more ministries. And in the same document, in the same period of time, he created the Ministry of Growth. What do you mean in 2024, he decided to pivot to growth? Where have you been? Which rock have you been living under? I couldn't the rock at Gibraltar. No, sir.
Part of our growth agenda is to modernize the public sector.
You ever heard, Madam Minister, you hear what Michael Leachen? You may have a passing familiarity with him. He was the one who did I head up the 5 and 4, 4 and 5, 15 and 20, whatever the numbers were, and them feel. And you come now with your nonsense, not knowing that this was something that's proposed back in 2016, but you're going to make a difference. And it's not even part of your ministry.
You'd have heard the PM speak about Aspire, and within this Aspire, the SPEED program. And that involves cutting bureaucracy, using technology to drive growth. So essentially, my job is to work across the government to increase efficiencies in the government and use technology to do so, and in so doing also promote innovation. And I do feel, especially privileged to be given this.
So tell me now, with everything that you just described, the job description you just gave to us, how does that fit into what you did in December of last year and March of this year? Those two meetings. Tell me now, what purpose did you serve? And where is your after action report? Where is your, as we would call it, hot wash? Where is your report describing what took place and what is to take place? Where's your report?
Opportunity coming from the private sector, where I had a lot of battles to get this sort of support from the government for private sector innovation. So it's really a joy to be put in a position where I can be almost a private sector advocate in the government to create a platform that will help drive growth and innovation in the country.
That's a big, big job. The Jamaican public sector civil service, like many British colonial civil service in the post-independence period,
yes,
is notorious for bureaucracy. Notorious.
Yes.
Yeah? And how are you going to deal with that legacy, that culture, that everything must be paper-based, and you push paper and it sit down on somebody's desk, and at their convenience, you are getting an update?
Yes. So that culture is there primarily because there is also a fear that if I don't do things this way, I can be held responsible for discretion. So I found that out as I started the process, that people actually want to be more efficient, they want change, but they want to know that the policies and the regulations facilitate the efficiencies that we're all looking for, which is why you notice that I've started with looking at the laws of the country, the policies, the regulations that can provide a platform to drive the efficiencies we're looking for.
Let me tell you something, people. You know who that is? That is another Minister Malahoo Fort. Her ministry got the same route that it went. Right? When them create ministries for you and them realize you can't pass the mustard. You just don't have what it takes to lead. She not answer the question, you know. The man says a big job with all of them things. I don't know how you gonna do it. Oh, I noticed that people want to be, people want efficiency, people want to do this, and people foolishness. Here what people 754. Kevin, make we just play some tune here for them people, yeah, sir. Lick them with the first one there, and then we lick them with the second one, and then we have time, we just jump straight in our we can't hear you.
It would help if I unmute. You play it. You just put them up from your side.
Oh, well.
Because I just did before you done.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Hold on a second there. Here we go. Which part to tune them there? Let me tune them there.
That is it. Hit the play button.
Wait there, me not see it.
Yeah, to the play button.
No, hold on. No, but this, I can put it up. Then you jump on it.
No, man. That's the first one, man.
The second one there?
The one there.
We see that you know, to awesome this one is also.
All right. 10 long years and look how Jamaica stay. No light, no road, no food pan we plate. People are suffer while Andrew a live great. Hey, hey. You stand up on the platform, smile wide and proud. I tell we about prosperity, but we can't see it all now. Hurricane come through and left the people bare. 6 months later, them still out there, asleep under the air. Your GLP friends them build high rise, road still full of wood. House pocket to a field, while the nation lose its soul. Hospital overflow, picnic can't get bed. School roof a leak, but you and Juliet well fed. You always have excuse, always pass the blame. Every time something wrong, it never go in your name. Jamaica a drown and you claim you're unclean. Biggest actor in our politics we ever see. Wholeness, time to go. Time to go. The people we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more. You know you're us. We are not on the door. Wholeness, time to go. Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Wholeness, time to go. Farmer can't afford to plant, food price reach the sky. You're bringing the poverty while your old people cry. We burn you, we grow you, we bleed for this land. But Andrew at the top won't extend the man. You talk about vision, you talk about plan. But 10 years later we still can't understand. Corruption report London, nobody charge. The people pocket small, but the scandal them large. Who's crack up parish council, bro? Country suffocate done and it just smoke. And when we raise we voice, so call we political, but the truth is the truth and the truth is biblical.
All this time we go.
Time we go. The people.
Them say no.
We say no. 10 years and we can't take no more. You know hear us. We are knock on the door.
All this time we go.
Time we go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. All this our time we go. We no want no hype, we no want no speech. We want action, no, not the lies you preach. Hurricane victims still under tarpaulin. Prime Minister fly gone foreign. Your JLP cabinet full, but the people cupboard empty. Oh, you live so large when we live in so scanty. Not with fists, not with fire, but with voice them rising higher and higher. From every parish, every yard, every gate, Jamaica speaking and I know too late.
All this time we go.
Time to go. The people.
Them say no.
We say no. 10 years and we can't take no more. You know hear us. We are not on the door.
All this time we go.
Time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. All this our time to go. This one is for every Jamaican. We can't afford feet. We are sleep on cardboard. We are drive on broken road.
Right
The people don't forget.
Reggae.
People don't forgive. Enough is enough.
See you.
Jamaicans will live.
Take care on the show. Be well.